I have walked a million roads, I have soldiered through the storm like a warrior. I put on my armor and I reach up to the sky, 'cause I was born to fly and soar above it all. I show him my power, I'm unbreakable, I'm unstoppable, oh, I'm unshakable, unbelievable, oh, anything I dream, anything I want's possible. I will rise up, I will fight and stand up, I will never give up, no, I'm never giving up. I can move mountains, I can walk on the sea, no weight's too heavy, I can do anything, I can cross oceans and scale any wall I see, no army can stop me, I can move mountains, whoa, I can move mountains, I can move mountains. I broke through these barricades and stayed strong and overcame. Now nothing's in my way and nothing can stop me. I triumphed over fear, found a way through pain and tears to conquer and to win. I can see victory. I will rise up, I will fight and stand up, and I will never give up, no, I'm never giving up. I can move mountains, I can walk on the sea, no weight's too heavy, I can do anything, I can cross oceans and scale any wall I see, no army can stop me, I can move mountains, I can move mountains. We can move. I'm unbreakable, I'm unstoppable, oh, I'm unshakable, unbelievable, oh, anything I dream, anything I want's possible. I can move mountains. I can move mountains. We can move mountains. I can move mountains. those sticks and those stones right here at my iron bones. Cause I've taken more than you know, and you cannot break me or shake me down. Go on, take a stab at my heart, sharpen all the knives you got. Cause I'm bulletproof from a shot, and you won't escape me or fake me out. I'm ready, ready. I'm ready for ya. I'm ready, yeah. Cause I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Come on, taste this, baby, I'm reckless. Yeah, I'm fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless. I'm colorful with a bruise. I got nothing else left to lose. So I'm coming up straight by you. I'm returning the favor, not paying dues. I know you thought I was done, left me for dead while you run. Well, I only have just begun. I'm burning up brighter than the sun. Cause I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Come on, test this, baby, I'm reckless. Yeah, I'm fearless. And you're never gonna break me, never gonna shake me down. Whoa. You're running, you're hiding. Well, I'm here, I'm fighting or dying, and I'll never stop trying. I only have just begun. You're running and you're hiding, but I'm here, I'm fighting or dying, and I'll never stop trying. I'm burning brighter than the sun. Cause I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Yeah, I'm fearless, fearless, fearless. Come on, take this, baby, I'm reckless. Yeah, I'm fearless. And you're never gonna break me, never gonna shake me down. Whoa.
Wake up and listen to my anthem. Tune out the noises from my past and look up, remember where my help comes from. Yeah. Push back, I'm tired of feeling broken. Truth rings louder than emotion. Take time, remember what it means to love. Yeah. Here's another chance to see the change we need. See a miracle when we walk these streets. Living life in the light, redefining the land of the free. I can feel it, there's something in the water. Anything is possible. Come on and move like the power of the river. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Reach out my hands to the heavens. Let go so I can hold the blessing. You've been better than I've been to myself. Yeah. Lay down my weapons for the wisdom. Sing loud the voice that I've been given. So loud, believe until the walls come down. Yeah. Here's another chance to see the change we need. See a miracle when we walk these streets. Living life in the light, redefining the land of the free. I can feel it, there's something in the water. Anything is possible. Come on and move possible. Come on and move like the power of the river. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. Oh, it's a good day to be alive. I count my blessings and keep them all at my side. There ain't no stopping us, we're starting to ride. We keep on running and we're feeling alright. Go on, get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, no get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, oh. Can't stop moving now, can't stop moving, no. I think I'm starting to realize not everything has to be alright. Just keep your head up and hold on tight. Shake off the dirt and throw it right down the line. Go on, get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, no get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, yo. Go on, get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, no get loose. Yeah, you better get used to me, yo. Can't stop moving now, can't stop moving.
say, can you see? That's good. Okay.
these pages turning. Yesterday is burning. Now's the time for learning. The future has come. I feel the times are changing. I see the light escaping. A season for connecting. Tomorrow has dawned. Dreaming with a vision. Seeing new horizons. I just gotta feel it. Freedom has come. Hearing sound and color. These days are getting better. Yesterday is over and the future has come. Are you ready for a new wave coming? I'll start the fire. Gonna take it higher. I've been ready for a new day coming. The sun's getting brighter. Right now, it's a golden age. Oh, it's a golden age. Yeah, I believe it's a golden age. The energy's awakened. There's no time for waiting. The sorrows I ain't chasing, gonna overcome. The rhythm is a healing, so I'll stay here in the feeling. So illuminating, like a rising sun. Breathing in the thunder, my head to my soul. Ain't never going under, let my troubles go. These days are getting better, the moment's looking brighter. Yesterday is over, and the future has come. Are you ready for a new wave coming? I'll start the fire, gonna take it higher. I've been ready for a new day coming. The sun's getting brighter. Can you see? It's a golden age. It's a golden age. Yeah, I believe it's a golden age. Hey, I get ready now. Hey, I get ready now. Hey, I get ready now. Woo! Are you ready for a new wave coming? I'll start the fire. Gonna take it higher. I've been ready for a new day coming. Sun's getting brighter. Right now, it's a golden age. It's a golden age. Yeah, I believe it's a golden age. Are you ready now? It's a golden age. It's a golden age.
Wake up, I know I'm ready. Get up and hold it steady. I'm gonna do what I do and get it done now. I got no doubt about it. I'm gonna go and get it. Reach up and climb to the top and make my move now. I got the green light and I'm on my way now. And I'm making waves now. Ready or not. Here I go. Woo! I'm on the move and I'm breaking through. Yeah, here I come. I'm on the move. Watch out now. Here I come. Here I go. Here I come. I'm on the go. Watch out now. Here I come. I'm a go-getter. I come. I'm a go-getter. Watch out now. I'm a go-getter. I'm a go-getter. Watch out now. I'm a go-getter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a go-getter. Faster, harder, stronger. I'm a go-getter.
Color me wild, won't sing no blues. Can't play a safe child, go and break all them rules. Say your truth loud, raise your voice and shout it out. Got the right to be proud, turn the world upside down. No time is right, no place is wrong. Gotta stand up, gotta move along. Cause the moment won't live forever. Don't stop now, don't burn out. Turn up, don't turn down. Cause the moment won't live forever. Get up, get crazy, let loose, set yourself free. Whoa, get up. Get crazy. Get up. Get crazy. Living every single day like the sun is gonna fade. Honey, don't you be afraid to let it shine. Every morning's a new dawn. Take your dream and carry on. Cause if you stop, the moment's gonna pass you by. No time is right, no place is wrong. Gotta stand up, gotta move along. Cause the moment won't live forever. Don't stop now, don't burn out. Turn up, don't turn down. Cause the moment won't live forever. Get up, get crazy, let loose, set yourself free. Whoa, get up, get crazy, get up, get crazy, let loose, set yourself free. This is for the tired souls that die your hope. Proud to find a mind that's stolen. Like a fire in a fire, you can watch the light and stone. But you can light it as bright as a fire, like the stone. But this is your story, your dream, your life, your queen, your king, it's your right. Be yourself and walk in your life. It's your journey, but first you got to get up. Get crazy, let loose, set yourself free. Set yourself free. Get up, get crazy, let loose, set yourself free. Get up, get crazy. Cause the moment won't live forever. No, the moment won't live forever. Get up, set yourself free.
I'm coming up, I'm going on. I'm getting on, getting on, getting on. I'm feeling it when I'm sipping on. My moment's here, this is my hour. I'm blossoming up like a flower. My moment's come now, it's my day, girl. I've waited years for this. No more tears, this is holy bliss. Say hello, blow the world a kiss. I'm sinking in this moment, I splash. I'm making waves, so make way. Here I come, splash. Here I am, feel like I'm on top of the world. Look at how I made it, feeling like the greatest. Mama, I'm famous, feel like I'm on top of the world. Feeling like a billion, got my sights on a trillion. Got my stars so filmed, feel like I'm on top of the world. Feel like I'm on top of the world. Feel like I'm on top of the world. Will make everything gold. I shine so bright, make your world whole. I spin the wheel, yeah, I'm the potter. My presence blesses holy water. I've waited years for this. No more tears, this is holy bliss. Say hello, blow the world a kiss. I'm sinking in this moment, I splash. I'm making waves, so make way. Here I come, splash. Here I am, feel like I'm on top of the world. Look at how I made it, feeling like the greatest. Mama, I'm famous, feel like I'm on top of the world. Feeling like a billion, got my sights on a trillion. Got my stars so filmed, feel like I'm on top of the world. Feel like I'm on top of the world. Feel like I'm on top of the world. I've waited years for this. No more tears, this is holy bliss. Say hello, blow the world a kiss. I'm sinking in this moment, I splash. I'm making waves, so make way. Here I come, splash. Here I am, feel like I'm on top of the world. Look at how I made it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our program will begin in about 2 minutes. So at this time, I would ask that you please make your way to your seat so we can begin promptly.
Got my stars so filmed, feel like I'm on top of the world. 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 I'm not tryna make a sacrifice when I'm dipping in my Sunday best. Bet the Gucci band across my chest, yeah. Look at me now, yeah. My collection's on an Instagram, living life like a Kardashian. There is fashion week on the weekend, yeah. Look at me now, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's nice that people know me, seeing me every day in my drip. Started at the bottom, now I'm higher than the ceiling. If people keep on buying, I won't quit. Living center stage, yeah, this room is looking so green. Game face, I'll be flexing in my tight jeans. My stage, yeah, you're looking at the OG. Look at me now, When I'm driving my Mazda, wearing Gucci and Prada, turning wine into water, drip like I'm underwater. I'm drinking sparkling water, nobody out there goes harder. I'll be driving my daughter, I bought a ticket to Harvard. I'm not trying to make a sacrifice when I'm dipping in my Sunday best. Bet the Gucci band across my chest, yeah. Look at me now, yeah. My collection's on an Instagram, living life like a Kardashian. There is fashion week on the weekend, yeah. Look at me now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your MC for the 2022 Virginia Women Veterans Summit, Robin Banks, award-winning journalist and former deputy editorial page editor, Richmond Times-Dispatch.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Now can you hear me? Okay, great. Yeah, I'm Robin Banks, and yes, I'm a recovering journalist. But I am also a retired Navy Chief Petty Officer, and I've been married to an Air Force veteran for 36 years. We have 2 kids who are Navy pilots, and we have a Marine veteran son. So see, joint services do work. Anyway, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the 2022 Virginia Women's Veterans Summit, presented by the Virginia Department of Veterans Services and Virginia Employment Commission in partnership with Cox Communications and PenFed Foundation. At this time, I would ask you to please rise for posting of the colors by the Fort Lee Color Guard and remain standing for the national anthem sung by Charlie Banks and the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. We will conclude with a tribute to Old Glory by retired Chief Master Sergeant Deborah Rothwell.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
For all.
Please remain standing for the posting of the colors by the Fort Lee Color Guard.
left face. Present arm. Order arm. Left face. Forward march. Left.
And now, Air Force retired Chief Master Sergeant Deborah Rothwell will recite Old Glory.
To those who've made the supreme sacrifice, to my late husband, Master Sergeant Retired Leon Rothwell Sr., and certainly a grateful nation, I dedicate, oh glory, I am the flag of the United States of America. My name? It's oh glory. You see, I fly atop the world's tallest buildings. Oh, I stand watch in America's halls of justice. Oh, I fly majestically over great institutions of learning. Oh, I stand guard with the greatest military powers in the world. Oh, just look up and see me. I stand for peace, honor, truth, and justice. I stand for freedom. I am confident. I am arrogant. Oh, but I am proud. When I'm flown with my fellow banners, my head's a little higher, my color's a little truer. I bow to no one. I'm recognized all over the world. I am worshipped. I am loved. Oh, but I am fed. You see, I fought in every battle of every war for more than 200 years. Gettysburg, Shiloh, San Juan Hill, Rome, Guam, Okinawa, Korea, Vietnam, and the Persian Gulf, Afghanistan, Iraq, and scores of places long forgotten by all but those who were there with me. You see, I was there. Oh, I led my soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. I followed them and watched over them. Oh, they loved me. You see, I was on a small hill in Iwo Jima, atop the rubble of the World Trade Center in New York City. Oh, wrapped up finally around a tree in New Orleans. You see, my head was bowed on the campus of Virginia Tech. Honor and sorrow filled my heart as I stood watching the gates of Fort Hood. Oh, I know you saw me in Tucson, honoring the fallen and the brave. Oh, but I stopped by Colorado and dipped my head in shame. Oh, rest in peace, little ones from Sandy Hook Elementary, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, there's a saying in Boston, we will run again. Oh, I peeked through the rubble in Oklahoma, and to my Navy comrades, all hands on deck. You rest, we got this. To the Charleston 9, prayer show no change of stage. To my four Marine brothers, simplify. San Bernardino, we got your back. My family in blue, stay true. Houston, we have higher ground. Vegas, we won't back down. New York City, we're not military. Texas and God we trust. Florida, 17's enough. Texas, 10, not again. Pittsburgh, Maryland, and hate. Virginia Beach's family. El Paso and Dayton strong. You see, I was dirty, battle than tired. But citizens and soldiers alike cheered me, and I was proud. You see, I've been sown, burned, torn, and traveled those streets of country. I've never set free. Oh, it does not hurt. Oh, I am invincible. You see, I've been sown, burned, torn, and traveled those streets of my own country. And when it's by those who I served in battle with, what is? But I shall overcome, for I am strong. You see, I've slipped the bonds of earth, and from my vantage point, I stand watch over the uncharted new frontiers. You see, I've been a silent witness. All of America's finest hour. All of my finest hours come. And I'm born in strips. The music back, my women top hands on the field of battle. All of them I fly, and I have mass to honor my soldiers, my sailors, my airmen, and my Marines. And when I die in the trembling arms of a breathing heart, at the greatest sign of all its son or daughter, I am proud to say I am the flag of the United States of America. And now, it's on glory. Long may I wave to God. Long may I wave.
How do I follow that? Thank you, Chief Master Sergeant. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. What an amazing turnout we have here. Can I just see real quickly, how many Army vets do we have in here? Navy? Marines? Air Force? Coast Guard? And I guess their first 15 minutes of fame have come. Space Force? No? Okay. Hey, you gotta ask. All right. We are thrilled to be back in person with you all today. The summit's been sold out with over 400 registrants, and we look forward to serving you all throughout the course of the day. I'm so glad everyone could afford the gas to get here. Things have really gotten expensive. I read recently that the Army pays well over $1,000 for every rifle they issue to their soldiers. And if a soldier loses one, he has to pay the Army back. All the services actually require lost equipment to be repaid back. And now you know why Navy captains go down with their ships. So we are really looking forward to the whole day, and so let's all give ourselves a round of applause for helping to make this summit the best one. Before we get down to the nuts and bolts of it, I have one more story for you. Today is the 78th anniversary of the beginning of the Battle of Saipan. It's known as the D-Day of the Pacific, and it was truly a joint mission with Navy ships, Army and Marine divisions, and Army Air Force bombers strafing the fields. So recently, 3 veterans of that battle died at the exact same instant. The 3, a soldier, a sailor, and a Marine, found themselves standing in front of the pearly gates. They immediately started arguing about who was to go in first. The Army is the oldest and therefore the most distinguished service. It is because of our Army that our fledgling nation was able to gain independence and become the great country it is today, said the soldier. Perhaps. But thanks to the US Navy, the world has open and free sea lanes for the past 75 years. Thanks to our patrolling warships, global trading has blossomed and billions have risen out of poverty, exclaimed the old soldier, the sailor, I'm sorry. Look, I don't have time to go into the glories of the Marine Corps, said the leatherneck. I just need to get in there. We all know heaven's streets are patrolled by United States Marines, and I need to report for duty. Well, St. Peter's listened to this and knew it was going to get ugly, so he excused himself. He returned a few moments later with a missive from God. He pulled the parchment out of his sleeve and began reading. I have carefully deliberated the virtues of each branch of the United States military and determined no one service may be considered superior to the other. Throughout the storied history of the US, men and women from every branch have demonstrated great courage and bravery. Each of you has much to be proud of. Therefore, I have instructed Peter to widen the gates to let you all walk in as one. Signed, God. United States Navy retired. Virginia is home to the 4th largest female veteran population in the nation, behind Texas, Florida, and California. Women veterans in Virginia comprise 14% of the Commonwealth's veteran population. Virginia leads the nation with the highest percentage of women veterans, as in trending to increase that by nearly 20% within the next decade. The purpose of this event is to provide women veterans and employers with access to federal, state, and local resources to raise awareness about the services and benefits offered specifically for women veterans. The theme of this year's summit is Empowered, Sister in Arms, Inspiring Generations. I think we can all agree that it takes a very special kind of empowered woman to serve her country, and that together, as sisters in arms, we can inspire many generations to come. At this time, I would like to invite a very special individual who has shown her commitment to women veterans and what we do here. Carrie Roth was appointed by Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin to serve as Commissioner of the Virginia Employment Commission and advisor to the governor for strategic initiatives, bringing more than 28 years of broad experience as an entrepreneur and political and nonprofit leader to the position. Prior to her appointment, Carrie was the founder of Rerouted, a strategic growth and communications consultancy. From 2013 to 2021, she served as CEO and COO of Activation Capital and the Virginia Biotech Park, where she led the strategy and execution of creating more advanced technology and life sciences companies throughout the region. Please welcome Commissioner of the Virginia Employment Commission, Carrie Roth, to the stage.
Well, I didn't know I would have an entrance song. I might have picked a different song for that. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out today. It is really inspiring to start my Wednesday off with you all together, along with my colleagues, Secretary Crenshaw and Commissioner Gade. It is truly an honor to be amongst you all. When we talk about inspiring generations, I remember, I try not to get teary when I get around a veterans group. It's always just really moves me. But I remember sitting on the couch in my senior year at high school doing calculus work. And I was watching CNN and watching the bombs for the first Gulf War. And my brother was away at college. I'm the youngest of 5. I don't know why I'm getting so emotional. The youngest of 5, and he called from college and he said, I see what's going on. If we are called, I'm going to volunteer. And so I remember that moment because that's what inspired my brother to go and serve in the Army. And every one of you all have a story and something that inspired you to sign up. And I'm very proud to say that he retired 5 years ago with a Bronze Star from his service in Iraqi freedom. So just really, that inspiring moment led to incredible service. And 100% making sure no IEDs came over or explosives. They were within the Iraqi army at the Iran border, and it was just incredible, incredible service. So I'm very blessed to have a brother who's so close to me, to have served alongside you. And I was reading the obituaries this morning, which you think, well, that's not a very exciting thing, but I read the obituaries every morning. Anybody else read the obituaries every morning? A couple of other folks? Everybody has an incredible story to tell. We all leave something behind every day. And Bobby Jo Lazo, who's 40 years old from Hopewell, she passed away from breast cancer. And I started, this is probably one of the better ones I've read because she She left behind a heck of a lot of stuff, it actually says something else, to her sons who have no idea what to do with it. So if you're looking for dust bunnies in vintage bottles, an outdated computer, a blender oven, I don't know what a blender oven is, but slightly used, an old bike with peg stands she loved putting the pedal to the metal, or 1,000 cords that we aren't sure what they're used for, you should wait the appropriate amount of time and get in touch. Tomorrow would be fine. However, this isn't a pawn shop ad, but an obituary for a great woman. And it goes on to say she was known world-renowned for her lack of patience, not holding back her opinions, and knack for telling as she saw it, whether you wanted to hear it or not. She was passionate, tenacious, strong, witty, and gracious. Was it the school of tough youth or her service in the United States Army, particularly Operation Iraqi Freedom, that formed her grit and determination to blaze through the difficulties of life? We can't say. She also spent a lot of time at the VFW and working with veterans with PTSD. That's Bobby Joe's story. Unfortunately, we have to read it in the obituaries today. But you all have your own story of what you did during your time in your service, an incredible contribution you continue to give not only to our country, but into your local community. And being the proud Commonwealth of Virginia that we are, and knowing that we have the highest percentage of women veterans in the country here, it is no doubt that we have the best talent in the entire United States of America, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we are so strong with veterans. So I want to thank you all so much. I know this is being military run, so I will conclude my remarks and keep everything on time, which is actually a very refreshing thing to have. So thank you all so much for your contribution, your dedication, for showing up not only today, but every day so that each one of us can enjoy our freedoms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Roth, for those great words. To continue our warm welcome, we invite Commissioner Daniel Gade of the Virginia Department of Veterans Services to say a few words. Daniel M. Gade served in the Army for more than 25 years. After enlisting in 1992, he graduated from West Point in 1997 and was commissioned as an armor officer. He was wounded in action twice in Iraq while serving as a tank commander. While on active duty, he was a co-founder of a major experiment in incentivizing veteran transition called the Independence Project, and served on various VA boards and commissions, including the Advisory Commission on Disability Compensation. After retiring from the Army in 2017, he was an appointee of the Department of Labor's Veterans Employment and Training Service and professor at American University. Please give a warm welcome to Commissioner Daniel Gade.
Good morning, sir. Well, good morning. Thank you. Thank you and welcome, especially to the ladies here, to the men. I feel your pain. We can sneak out whenever we have to, I suppose. I think the first thing we have to do here today is make sure that we give our cross-service credentials. So I'll tell you that although I am a proud and unrepentant Army partisan, I was born in a place called Minot, North Dakota, which is the site of an Air Force base. Freezing is the reason. The question is, what is the question? The question is, why not Minot? And the answer is, Freezing's the reason. So that's Minot, North Dakota. That's why I was never in the Air Force. And then when I went to Iraq, I went to Iraq before that, I went to the Amphibious Warfare School as an exchange student with the Marines, where I learned all about the Marines. You put the stuff you need first at the pointy end of the ship. That's what I learned in a year with the Marines. And then went to war and I fought alongside the Marines. When I was wounded the second time, it was a Marine helicopter that picked me up, and Navy surgeons and Navy nurses that took care of me, and Navy and Marine Corps blood that kept me alive. And so I think other than the Space Force, I have now established my joint service credentials. When the governor asked me to lead this organization, the Department of Veterans Services, I immediately began to research what the heck is the Department of Veterans Services. It sounds cool. And it turns out it's a lot like a platypus. True. Google a platypus. Here's what you're going to find. You're going to find something with a duck bill and a beaver tail, and it lays eggs, but it nurses its young, and it's poisonous. In other words, a platypus can do everything, and the Department of Veteran Services can do quite a lot, and none of it looks like it obviously goes together. So, for example, we have 3 veteran cemeteries right here in Virginia. So, south of the Rappahannock, there are 3 veteran cemeteries, and those are owned and operated by the Department of Veteran Services to the national cemetery standards. They're absolutely beautiful. If you, someday when you have a chance to be buried, I hope you'll ask your family to bury you at one of those awesome cemeteries. We also have 4 nursing homes, 2 open, 2 coming open soon. They're called Veteran Care Centers, and they are absolutely remarkable facilities. Again, the thing about a care center is you don't really want to be in a care center, but the thing about these care centers is if you have to be in a care center, these are the best ones in Virginia, bar none, and free to most veterans, or at least very reduced cost relative to their civilian counterparts. And then we have other service lines. We have transition service line that helps veterans find jobs and helps job providing companies find the veterans they need. We have a benefits line that helps veterans, sits knee to knee with veterans, helps them come up with their claim, helps them justify their claim, sends it through a center of excellence where it is improved and where quality assurance is guaranteed, and then we submit it to Big VA with a much higher success rate of our claims than other organizations because we put so much time, effort, and resources into those claims. And then we have our Virginia Veterans and Family Support Program, which is, in a nutshell, wraparound services for all kinds of other unmet needs. So altogether, this platypus is doing the best it can to serve Virginia's 730,000 veterans and to 715,000 veterans and to honor the governor's promise to make Virginia the best place for veterans to live, work, and raise a family. And we think of that as stay, work, and thrive. And so I'm proud to announce today that we have a number of absolutely great initiatives sponsored by the governor, approved by the General Assembly, and coming your way in the near future. So, for example, this year we got a $5 million, or we're going to get, when they finally sign everything, we're going to get a $5 million appropriation to start a suicide prevention program, which we have not formally had just a suicide prevention program. I'm very excited about that because we all know of the tragedy of veteran suicide. We know that one is too many, and there are way, way too many in Virginia, several hundred at least each year, veteran suicides, and we have to find a way to shut those off. We also got additional funding, or we're going to get additional funding. I need to make sure I'm speaking into the future about a day and a half. We are going to get additional funding for a whole bunch of new positions. We're going to get new funding for some benefits positions. We're going to get new funding to expand our employment programs. We're going to get some new funding to hire other professionals inside of the agency to make the agency run better. And then finally, and the governor talked about this in a speech on Monday, so I'm not giving away any secrets here, but we are fulfilling the governor's campaign promise as we speak to provide a gold standard digital hub that connects veterans to all the resources that they are that are in the community and that are in various government agencies. And so we're standing up that capability. We don't know precisely what it will look like yet. We don't know anything about that yet, but we are putting the request for proposals out on the street in the next couple of weeks. And that will be a major transformation in the way that we connect to our veterans, find our veterans, and serve them. So all in all, we are driving forward. We're as aggressive, innovative, and creative as we can be to find and serve veterans. But as I look at this veteran population right here in this room, my heart is warmed and I'm inspired by the fact that because we have so many women veterans, we can have a women veterans program that is, bar none, the best in the country. We want to find, empower, and connect women veterans to the resources that they have so bravely earned. And so I'm just really proud you're here today. I really am grateful for your participation in this summit. If you have friends that were going to come and that they haven't come, make sure and text them and say, hey, get yourself over here as soon as possible. We've got a great program for you today. I'm very inspired by the work my team has put into this, and I'm grateful you all are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Gade, for sharing with us. To round out our opening remarks, we would like to welcome Secretary of Veterans Affairs and Defense Affairs, Craig Crenshaw. Secretary Crenshaw has more than 30 years of leading robust logistics products and services across a global network. He served as the president of Claxton Logistics Services. He spent many years in leadership roles in the United States Marine Corps and retired as a Major General. Please give a round of applause to Secretary Crenshaw.
I have walked a million roads. I have soldiered through the storm.
Good morning. Yeah, so if I had a choice of what type of music that I would receive coming up, it would be something different as well. I'll tell you in the lobby what that would be if you're interested. Now, really, thank you. This morning is a big day, and for all the ones who've come before me and just kind of welcome you, I just want to just share that. This is important for all the right reasons. You know, as you come together today, it was talked about that we have our different stories and what got us here to this room. And really, just as important, and probably more important, what got us on those footprints back at our introductory location for our services. There was a drive that caused us to come and raise our hand to say, I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. There was a move to serve what we all have done. And here today, you're the reflection of that. Of your time spent and wearing the cloth of our great nation. You know, as you wore that cloth in your own service, you made a difference. Many of you may have spent, you know, your retirement 20 years plus service in your uniform or in your service, but what you did and how you did it made a difference because there were younger ladies who looked at you, looked up towards you. There was young men who saw your actions and decided to stay longer or to come in. And so the value of your service can never be underestimated, can never be overappreciated. Because what you do and what I see here, it's really is a spirit of commitment, a spirit of unity, and I tell you, I'm honored to be in this room with you. So as a 35-year Marine, I take my hat off and really appreciate what you do and how you did it. So as you today talk about the future, talk about what's there, talk about how you can influence the future based on your experience, I think you should have a conversation on, once you get these opportunities, what's next? There's a lot to be said to meet and to have conversations and talk about the past, but how do you move that? How do you move that discussion to another level where you will continue to make a difference? And those discussions and movements can go from various ways and directions because you're still serving. You know, you're not wearing the cloth, but you're still serving. And so today, when you again have those discussions and you talk about the opportunities that are available, think back as it was when you were that young troop or that young officer who looked forward to making a difference in their community or making a difference with their command even. So that's the spirit I know that we have, that you have. So when you have those discussions, look at what's next. Because it's very easy to have a narrative among ourselves and say we're doing okay, but let's move that. Because again, we and you are very valuable to the success of this Commonwealth, to the success of this nation. The experience base, as I mentioned before, that you bring, and you go and provide that to different services, or organizations, companies, et cetera, I think it really just continue to strive to hold the line and just exemplifies what you believe in and what we believe in as a nation.
you know, the idea of having a veteran serving within a company, in my mind, is like having an Ivy League graduate going to and people are buying for that graduate because he went to an Ivy League school. He went to a Harvard, went to a Yale, whatever. My take is that when they see a veteran, that's the draw. That same type of motivation of wanting to get that individual to be part of that company should be the same type of drive, because the talent, the commitment that you bring to any organization. And so when you do that, when you have that commitment, and you go to organizations in Virginia, I'll say that again, organization in Virginia, because we want you here. We want you to stay here. And Commissioner Gade kind of talked about how we're going to address some of those opportunities, some of the new initiatives that's going to come out on the street pretty soon. And so our goal is to increase the volume of our veterans here. The ones who leave the service, we want them to stay. About 20,000 service members each year from Virginia leave the military, or in Virginia leaves the military. And so about 10,000 of those roughly stay here. Our challenge, our task is, how do we get all of them? How do we get that 20,000? And so we're looking at ways of doing that. And really, it's more about having the right environment for the service member and their families. The approach that we take is a collaborative, comprehensive approach in addressing the family. It is easy to take care of a veteran, one by himself, right? But when you start to include the family, the challenge and the reward of taking care of their families. When you're in uniform, you did it all the time. You took care of your sailors, your soldiers, your Marines. You took care of them, and as well as your families. And so that's, again, the approach that we kind of take within this secretary and through the leadership of the commissioner within DVS, is capture that, and capture it in a way that we can assist the service member as he transitions out of the active duty. And we're going to do it. We will make Virginia the #1 state in the nation for our veterans and our veteran family. And we're going to do it because with your help. And part of the beauty is that you don't realize that you're helping. I mean, you by being you by setting that example, I mean, it happens. It just happened even without thinking. And I think that's pretty neat, that you're living a life, living in a way that service members see you and want to be like you and be associated with you continuously, because you do create relationships. You do create networks while you're on active duty. So again, the challenge today is take these discussions and move them. We kind of talk about moving the needle. Let's move the needle. Whatever that you do, let's move the needle. Let's make a difference. And I am honored to be in a room with leaders who, no doubt, had impacted lives with your service. So again, thank you. Enjoy the day, and I look forward to having discussions with opportunity with some of you as well. So thank you.
I can feel it, there's something in the water. Anything is possible.
Thank you, Secretary Crenshaw. Today's event would not be successful without the generous support of our Cox Communications and PenFed Foundation, our champion partners, Amazon, Comcast, Leidos, Military Women's Memorial, and Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation, and our advocate partners, BAE Systems, Cohen Veterans Networks, Fort Lee Federal Credit Union, and Department of Human Resources Management. I would also like to thank our supporter partners, Alpha Gamma Xi Military Sorority Incorporated, Chesterfield County Police Department, Colliers International, Dominion Energy, Primerica, Veterans Ascend, Virginia Credit Union, and Virginia Relay. and our community partner, General Federations of Women's Clubs, Virginia. Thank you all. You've probably noticed that women veterans are one of the fastest growing demographics in the veteran community. Just look around this room. Over the course of the past several decades, programs and services have been established to serve the unique needs of women veterans. These programs have worked to address homelessness, suicide, social isolation, and more, but have often failed to fully understand the raging experiences of women veterans. Women veterans exist at the margin of veteran status, gender identity, and the varied other identities they hold in addition to race, sexual orientation, socioeconomic class, survivor status, and more. As we look to the future of serving women veterans, it's imperative that we look to the margins of identity to understand how we can serve all women veterans more effectively, authentically, and impactfully. Our first discussion of the day is Evolving Toward Inclusion. This fireside chat will include two incredible Virginia veterans who will help us deepen our understanding of the experiences of women veterans with multiple minority identities and help us chart a path forward that serves all women veterans. I would like to invite up Lindsay Church, Executive Director and Co-founder, Minority Veterans of America, Tamika Aguirre, our Sisters Keeper movement, Stephanie Merlo, Richmond VA Chapter Leader, Co-founder, Minority Veterans of America.
Hello. Hi, good morning.
Perfect.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. As Robin mentioned, I'm Lindsay Church. I'm the Executive Director and Co-founder of Minority Veterans of America, and I'm grateful to meet every one of you. This is definitely the largest crowd that I've seen since COVID, so thank you for all of the grace that you're about to give me because I forgot how to speak in person. Robin, you also read parts of my remarks, so I'm going to just wing this as we go. I'm really excited for this session this morning. As Robin mentioned, women veterans are the fastest growing demographic in the community of veterans. As our armed forces become more open to women in all combat and general roles, we continue to see the role of women veterans grow within the community. As we start to understand the experiences of women veterans, good morning, we understand that moving our centering to gender as the way that we build our programs, we're getting stronger. We're starting to see that we can build solutions that are dedicated to women veterans that continue to move the needle on things like social isolation, homelessness, suicide, mental health crisis. Now it's time for us to deepen that understanding from there. As we mentioned, women veterans have many experiences and identities that are also impactful to understanding how we can build services. Those identities include race, gender orientation, sexual orientation, class, among many other things. Today, I'm really excited to have Stephanie and Tamika join me on this stage. Over the years, I've had a chance to meet some absolutely incredible veterans through the work that we do. Both of these folks I've met through doing the work of minority veterans and working on sexual assault and sexual harassment prevention. So I'm very excited to be joined on this stage, and I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to ask these folks some questions. I think that storytelling is one of the most powerful things that we can do as folks in the community. It helps us feel seen, it helps us feel heard, and it helps us build better solutions. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Stephanie and Tamika. And sit down. All right, so good morning, y'all. I'm not a big believer that I should read your bios, so I'm going to give you all a chance to answer and share a little bit about who you are, why you joined the service, and yeah, just a little bit about yourself. So I'm going to start with Steph, and then Tamika.
Awesome. It's always a very loaded question when somebody asks me, like, what do you do? Tell me about yourself, because I don't know what I do. I just do a lot. And it's like I feel like a kitten sometimes where I'm like, what is this, what is this, what is this, what is this? I have to, solve every problem. But currently, a little bit about me. I joined the Army shortly after 9/11 happened. I felt like I had a call to patriotism. And I enlisted while I was in high school, and I left shortly after graduation. And from there, I served in Germany. I unfortunately was in a bad car accident on the Autobahn, which ultimately led to be medically discharged. Since then, I had been trying to work and find myself, and ended up finding a sense of purpose as far as organizing and trying to build a community. Currently also serving as the chapter leader for minority veterans here in Richmond. I also work for the organization Reclaiming the Monument, which some of you might be familiar with, the George Floyd image on the Lee Monument. I act as their community outreach and organization director, and also just voted in as co-chair as the LGBTQ advisory board under the governor.
Just a few things, that's all.
Yeah, that's it.
Tamika.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamika Aguirre. I am a United States Army veteran. I joined the military in 1993, basically due to a bet from my father and my brothers, who actually told me that I could not do it. I was too girly. I was too prissy. I was too much weird. I couldn't deal with dirt touching me. Well, that conversation led to me enlisting. And when I tell you, the military was one of the best jobs that I ever had. Not only did I become a member of the United States Army, I graduated, the distinguished graduate of my advanced training class. So I definitely proved my father and my brothers wrong. Thank you. I am also a military sexual trauma survivor, as well as a breast cancer survivor. These two here, I met on August the 1st of 2020 when I reached out to them and asked them to speak at a protest in which I was a co-founder of Our Sisters Keeper movement. This movement came about from 13 women talking in a chat on Facebook. We were in a group called Beauty in Boots. The group now has been disbanded due to a lot of kind of conversation that Facebook felt was not appropriate, but that probably came about because they didn't understand the events that take place with women veterans. So sometimes when you don't understand the language of a topic, you can't really navigate yourself through it. But regardless, the 13 of us got together. We formed this organization, and on August the 1st of 2020, we led the first woman protests nationwide at the same time across this country. What led to this organization coming about was the brutal, tragic death of Specialist Vanessa Guillen. This is how I met Lindsay and Stephanie, because they came to my protest and they shared some of their experiences. When looking at the pictures of Vanessa Guillen, believe it or not, if I showed you a picture of myself when I was a young soldier, I looked just like this young lady. I really did. So the more I kept looking at the TV, I kept seeing myself in her. So that sent the urgency in me. I am grateful for Vanessa Guillen and her family, because it was because of this young lady's event that led me to be able to tell my truth. I held my truth for over 20 years in silence of the pain that I had suffered as a military sexual trauma victim. I used the word victim just now because that's what I was, but today I am a survivor. I joined the military for other things too, to find a fulfilling career, something that was very challenging to me. And as I stated earlier, it was the best job that I could have ever had in my life, even though I experienced some things that left me with some true trauma. Sometimes in life you have to have good and bad.
Thank you for that, and thank you. It's been an honor to meet folks like you through the work that we do, and getting a chance to really speak our truth and speak our truth to power in those moments. So thank you for that. So this is for both of you. For all of its good and all of its bad, Tamika, you kind of pointed to this. Service looks very different for everyone. Can y'all share a bit about what some of the formative parts of your service were and how the many identities you hold shaped your service? Steph, I'll start with you again.
Yeah, so, you know, going in, I'm a biracial woman, and, you know, also openly gay. I'm a lesbian as well, and at the time, of course, we had Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And so going in, mind you, I was very confused about myself at that time too. You know, I'm just sitting here like, maybe, I don't know, she's cute, is that right? I don't think so. Maybe it is. So it was a lot of that was going on. Meanwhile, my mom's like, listen, we all know. I'm like, I don't know what you know. I don't know what you're talking about. She's my best friend. But it was, but you know, coming to terms with even that as I was going through while in the military, it was really hard. You know, I faced not only racism, I faced colorism as well. So it was very hard for me to find a sense of belonging, but I did find a group of women who really accepted me, and that helped build my character of who I am today, because they took me under their wing. They took me to Pride Fest that were at least 4 hours away, and which was a blast, and that was my first time ever seeing, like, you know, chaps.
Sorry.
And I still don't know how I feel about them. So, but with that, you know, with what those women did for me and how they embraced me, helped me kind of go and try to find that sense of community as well, and like try to create that safe space for other women where they can come to as well. But, you know, when I got out, of course, that was not what I expected. It was completely, I did not expect my life to be what it was once I was removed from the military. But I think we'll talk about that probably a little later.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And as a queer person that served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, we had all of our friends. It was like a secret handshake that we had. But it was like how you got your sense of belonging in a place that literally had laws that discriminated against you, that would ruin your life. Should you be found out. It was that place of safety.
It's like that common thing, you know, if you are trying to, like, my gaydar is terrible. So it's whenever, like, if you are even at a bar, you know what I'm saying, you give that look like, okay. So it's, you know, it was similar, it seemed, whenever you're trying to find that community. And even, again, as a woman of color, it was hard. I had a lot of white people on my post, y'all. And it was, you know, increasingly difficult to navigate that on top of the sexual slurs that I would receive, and even those who suspected that I was gay because I didn't give them a time of day, fighting that and, you know, trying to protect myself. It was exhausting. But because of that, because of those experiences, I'm here today to talk about it and to help, excuse me, other folks who have faced that same trauma, in a sense, come to terms.
Yeah, thank you. Tamika, what about you? What were the parts of your identity that were really formative to your military experience?
Like Steph, I am triracial. I am a combination of black, white, and Spanish. I think for me it was a little hard because I belonged to a military intelligence brigade, and there were a lot of men in my brigade, in my company, in my unit. And I found at that time that I served that they definitely had a lot of problems with women being in the military, being in a uniform. I'm not sure sometimes if that was an age difference, but I definitely experienced that. And it was very hard. It became extremely hard when the truth had came out with respect to the military sexual trauma. I endured a court-martial that was very rough. I'll never forget, as long as I live, the words of my first sergeant when the court-martial was over. And he indicated that, oh, my soldier is going to jail. I remember looking at him and saying, First Sergeant, I'm your soldier too. That stuck with me. It stuck with me for a long time. The things that I experienced in the military made it very hard for me to navigate my life afterwards. I am very grateful for the administrative judge that did understand what I was going through and moved me from that unit, even though I had just a couple of months, to finish out my enlistment. I am also grateful to the reservist recruiter who painted a picture of the reserves for me, which made me also want to go into the reserve, even though after I experienced what I experienced on active duty. So I think just being a woman was the identity issue for me, just being a woman. And that was kind of hard because the unit was like a man's world.
Thank you for that. We're running a little bit short on time, so I'm going to ask you both your individual question, and I'm going to ask you the last question. Cool. So, Steph, this question's for you. As you transitioned from service, what types of supports were you looking for? Hi, good morning. Were there support structures in place? Were there support structures in place that you could rely on for what you needed during that time? And if not, what were you looking for?
No, there wasn't. I got out, and I honestly didn't even realize how depressed I was, how angry I was. And my mom, she told me, she was like, Stephanie, you need to go find help. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. She was like, you're mean. You were just mean all of the time. Everything just makes you upset. You pop off at the mouth. You isolate yourself. You're very depressed. And I didn't really notice any of that. And so going to Veteran Affairs, I tried to find a therapist there, which was just that did not work. Everything that I was trying to talk about, it seems as if it was not combat related, then they were not going to be able to help me. And in my case, it was, same, it was, military sexual trauma. However, this was done by a woman and not a man. And I had to battle with that, still battling with that, where it's, I couldn't talk about it. I couldn't go to anybody because it was don't ask, don't tell. And so I had to deal with that trauma or I would incriminate myself. And I wanted to make a career out of being in the Army, but I couldn't. And I am presently still dealing with that. And so when I went for support, I couldn't find any. But also, as I was getting out, no one provided me with any resources either. Yeah, so I mean, I really, I mean, that's pretty much that. But I mean, even now, I seek help outside of Veteran Affairs because I've had terrible experiences with that, and yeah.
That's real. I also had to start seeing people outside of VA to be able to get support for the things that were necessary, because the systems often don't understand the experiences of individuals, and part of that is your sexual orientation is very informative to your mental health care, and oftentimes your mental health provider doesn't necessarily understand the unique parts of your experience, and can oftentimes lead to greater trauma trying to use those systems. And when you have the opportunity, many people take it to get out and go somewhere else that is informed.
Right. And I tell you, like, wearing masks in the VA is the best thing that's happened to me, because then I don't have like these men saying, hey, why don't you smile? So, like, I'm not going to smile. I'm not happy to be here, sir. Like, it's just, it smells like depression and pee everywhere. Why would I be smiling?
Sometimes masks are the best thing in the world. All right, Tamika, I'm going to ask you a question. All right, so when folks talk about post-military life, they often talk about finding your sense of purpose. Do you think that this phrase is universally what we're looking for? Did parts of your identity make it challenging or more complicated to find this sense of purpose after service?
No, I don't agree with that universal statement, finding your purpose. What is finding your purpose? I challenge each one of you in the audience to ask yourself that question today. By the end of the day, I hope that you'll be able to answer it. For me, I couldn't answer that at the time that I got out of, came off of active duty. Just like Stephanie, I came off of active duty in the early 90s. There was no programs there for women like myself that endured military sexual trauma. I am 52 years old. I started talking about my military sexual trauma in 2020. I held all of that for years. Things that were happening, like Stephanie said, being angry. To this day, I still have nightmares about the thing that I experienced. I have sought help. But the thing that people don't understand sometimes is that it's very hard to find your sense of purpose when you have stigmas and misconceptions about the term PTSD. PTSD is very unique to the individual, not a group of people. It's unique to the individual. The trauma is very unique. I promise you that there may be a lot of similarities of things that we may have endured in our trauma, but I guarantee you nothing is identical, because it's always the perception of the receiver. It's the person that is feeling that action that is, aimed towards them. It's very hard to try to find my purpose. My purpose is I am alive. My purpose is I am a survivor of that trauma. I am a survivor of the hurt words from my first sergeant. It took a lot for me to accept a job where that immediate supervisor was a male. There were a lot of things that I didn't understand then. I do believe that there needs to be a lot of advancement in programs that deal with women such as myself and these two that are to my left and my right. It's very important that these programs come into fruition because it's needed. You have to, just as the gentleman spoke earlier, that He wants to keep the veterans here. He wants to keep them in the state of Virginia. Well, you have to offer something. And what you have to offer every veteran is the mere fact that you look at them as a human being. We all had different rank. We all are different from different backgrounds, different cultures. But deep down inside, we all hold one thing. We wore that uniform to protect this country, to protect the rights of those that didn't wear the uniform. It's very important to remember that we are human beings, even though we may have PTSD, that we wear heels, that we polish our fingernails, that we wear dresses. It's very important to understand that. So I'm going to continue to find my purpose, and my purpose is to reach back and to help other veterans. I have sought a lot of help outside of the VA as well in the VA. These two beside me help me. We talk about the different things that we've went through. We support one another. We have been to Washington. We have protested with the Guillen family. We have stood there with them, because what we're not going to do is to allow another situation like Specialist Vanessa Guillen ever on our watch.
I'll take that, and I challenge you. I actually think you found your sense of purpose, and I think I told Steph this morning. She asked me, she goes, I don't think I know what my sense of purpose is either. And I said, I think it's a community organizing. And I think there's a lot of transition programs out there that exist, and I think one of the things that I've met minority veterans really trying to transition back is working on community organizing. And it's an empowerment theory that, like, we are empowered by working in our own communities and remembering that we are the solution builders. We are the people that will protect the next generation. We are the people that will make sure the next generation doesn't endure what we did. We are the ones that will make sure that our communities have the resources that they need, and that is the sense of purpose that I think most women veterans, minority veterans, queer veterans that endured legal and institutionalized trauma. People that were literally legally criminalized for just being themselves and just existing in a system or a structure that didn't understand them. When you take that power from somebody, the part of transition that you need to do and work towards is empowering those folks, which we are doing today, to lead again and to understand that they can be leaders in their community, that they can be leaders in the places that they exist every single day. And I think with both of you, I think that's how I find my people. We community organize each other. So here we are. All right, so I have one last question for you both. Over the past several decades, and thank you for setting this up, Tamika, women veterans programs, services, and organizations have been evolving to meet the population of women veterans as it grows. What do you think needs to come next in this evolution? How do we evolve towards even more inclusive community? And Tamika, since you started this conversation, I'm gonna let you start this discussion. Okay. No big deal.
I think this resolution needs a dedicated circle of transformed nonconformists. This evolution will come, not through the complacent adjustment of the conforming majority, but through the creative maladjustment of the non-conforming minority, meaning that those people would be those that fail to realize that the population of women veterans share identities that differ from one another. Honesty impels us to admit that the transformed nonconformity, which is always usually costly and never altogether comfortable. We have to get uncomfortable, ladies and gentlemen. We have to be able to understand, as I said before, we are human beings. And in being human being, life happens to each and every last one of us. We have to understand that. We have to embrace that. I think sometimes that the identities of women veterans are not acknowledged. However, we can evolve towards an even more inclusive community if we begin to do just one thing: listen. You have to listen. You can't put a bunch of veterans into groups and define them. Oh, she has PTSD from military sexual trauma, or they have PTSD because they served 2 tours in Afghanistan. You have to listen to each individual to actually understand what is going on. Don't try to define them. Listen to them. Because if you listen, you will be able to hear exactly what this individual needs. What this person will need to, be able to find their purpose, or to work in those communities where the help is truly needed. And it's a lot of need out there. Definitely a lot of need. Just like Lindsay said early, you will fully understand the raging experiences of women veterans. And trust me, each one of our experiences, as I stated, may have similarities, but they are not identical. By acknowledging this, we must admit that the ultimate solution to the problem lies in the willingness to accept the margin of identities for each one of us. You must apply the whole person concept when you're dealing with a veteran.
I love that. One of the things that I hear often from folks is that the hardest part of navigating services is always having to conform to them, and to conform to the systems that aren't necessarily built for them. The same thing too, like when you've met one veteran, every single person is different. And part of the evolution towards inclusion is reminding people that every single person is a person, and that every one of us is able to be seen with full human dignity as a whole human that we are, and to be able to have culturally informed but not prescriptive solutions. So listening helps us to better design our systems and think about them, but the other part of it is every single person is different. You can have somebody with the same exact identities and very different lived experiences, and you still have to be able to figure out how to be agile. I'm getting a note. Steph, it's your turn to talk. I apologize.
Oh, no, you're fine. I agree a lot of what Tamika was saying, and as you were speaking, it reminded me of how many of you all have, filed for disability or PTSD with Veteran Affairs? And I guarantee every single one of you had the exact same questions that each other had, met with the very same similar results, and with the very same or interrupting you. And if you are trying to explain yourself, they say, I'm not here for that. Just answer yes or no. That's the problem. And that's treating everybody the same, and that you're not listening to this veteran. And if you're not listening, how are you going to give a fair rating? That's the problem. And that's just like that's on one scale. But if I know like a pretty good amount of y'all raise your hands experiencing the same thing, that means that there's a whole other population out there that is facing the same situation. And I mean, even my brother, he has really bad PTSD, served 2 tours in Afghanistan and then in Syria. He's an infantry Marine. And he can't even get a rating above 30%. So, we're over time.
Yeah, we gotta go.
I'm sorry.
I just want to end by saying thank you for hearing us today. Like I said, storytelling, I think, is one of the most powerful tools that we have as a community to really figure out how we do this better in the future. So I want to thank you, Steph, Tamika, for joining me today and sharing your story so bravely and eloquently, and for inviting us to be here. So thank you so much, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. That was very informative, and I think we all have a lot to think about. All right, everyone. At this time, I would like to invite our next panelist to the stage who will shed some light on understanding the benefits of enrollment in the healthcare system as a woman veteran. I would like to invite to the stage 3 very talented women from the Hampton VA Medical Center. Catherine McDonald, Dr. Lisa Rhea, and Dr. Nicole Duda.
Well, good morning, everyone, and I just want to thank all of you for being here. My name is Kathy McDonald. Any Navy nurses here today, or am I the only one? Well, thank you all for your service. I want to share with you that, first of all, tough act to follow. Thank you for the previous speakers. And I'm sitting back there feeling their pain, as any of us who have been in and out of the military, and I personally got out in 1991, and then I recalled again in 1996. So I can certainly share the experiences that some of the previous speakers were talking about, especially releasing from active duty in 1991. There really were no services. So I'm very happy to report today, though, we have moved forward in the healthcare system that is the Veterans Affairs. And I will also share with you, when I got out in 2019, finally did the great transition of retirement, I had no idea what the VA healthcare system was all about. I was used to Navy medicine. Okay, thank you. And I was used to just going and seeing my primary care manager at the TRICARE Prime clinics. I had no idea that the VA was for anything but, let's face it, old guys who needed, crutches or something. And I found out that there was all sorts of benefits. So again, my name is Kathy McDonald. I have with me Dr. Nicole Duda and Dr. Lisa Rhea. They are my colleagues, and we work at the Women Veterans Program at Hampton, Hampton, Virginia. I'm from Michigan. I miss Michigan sometimes. Anybody from Michigan? Yeah, back there. All right, let's see if I can get this to go forward. I might need some technical support, y'all. There we go. So again, I'm retired from the Navy, and here are my colleagues' credentials. Dr. Nicole Duda, she is our women's mental health champion, and I am sure a lot of you will have questions for her as she is guiding our program into new and innovative programs to help women's mental health, particularly MST and some of the other programs that she'll tell you about. Dr. Lisa Rhea is my Deputy Women Veterans Program Manager. She is also a nurse practitioner. She has a half of a primary care team. So in addition to helping me manage this program, she has almost 420 women veterans enrolled to her panel, and she sees clinic 3 days a week. I see clinic 1 day a week. So I'm trying to do just that, listen to my veterans, and then take it back to some of our programmatic issues, and we'll talk about some of that. All right, let me see if I can go back. I love this picture because as we bridge from military veterans to the Veterans Affairs, what do the Veterans Affairs offer? I live in the Hampton Roads area and never knew that the Hampton VA had an emergency room. Didn't know that. I didn't know we did surgeries. I didn't know that we had all these services available to us that you see listed here. And this is no way an inclusive list. I just ran out of room on the slide. Seriously, ran out of room on the slide. Did any of you know that the VA pays for maternity care? How about infertility care? Now, here's the thing. How many of us delayed our childbearing for our careers? Probably most of you will raise your hands. Most of us waited till our 30s because we had to get those first tours. The first thing they say when you go to a ship is, don't get pregnant. This is your first tour. Don't you think you're getting out of this deployment by getting pregnant? Everybody nodding their head, yes, we've heard that one before. I'm going to turn the mic over to Dr. Lisa Rhea, and I want to introduce this as a whole health subject. She is an expert in this. Many of what the previous speakers were talking about is being addressed by our upcoming and very inclusive whole health programs. Dr. Rhea.
Hello. So thank you very much for allowing us to come today. I want to thank you all. It is so prudent that the name of this event is Sisters in Arms. I am not a sister in arms. I'm a military wife who is Air Force. So I have been a part of those deployments on the other side. So I've been home and I've stayed here. Thank you for that. The next thing I'd like to talk to you about is our cutting edge program now called Whole Health. What is whole health and why are we looking at whole health? Well, we know that there's a laundry list of medications that you can take from A to X to Z. But what we want to do is empower you by using our whole health complementary services to help with pain control, to help with anxiety, to help with depression. So if you are enrolled in the VA services, we as a primary care provider can order a whole health consult for you. So our whole health team can reach out to you to offer different services. One service I recommend to most all of my patients is yoga, right? We can use yoga in everything we do. Do I yoga? I yoga over coffee because I don't have time for yoga. I yoga with my patients, or I actually use acupressure with my patients. Great time for me to use acupressure is when I'm performing any type of pelvic exam or any type of back exam when patients are having back pain. We use 4-8-7 breathing so that you can breathe through. What do you need to breathe through? Heck, I need to breathe through a traffic light. I need to breathe through a telephone conversation with my child calling here, my husband calling here, my mom over here. So what we are trying to do at the VA is bring you alternative services so that you can care more for yourself, give you the skills to step out there and do the things that you need to do. I think that covers that. I will share one big thing that was on my bucket list. My bucket list for the VA was to participate in the National Disabled Games. Has anyone ever participated in the National Disabled Veteran Games? Gosh, I'm so sorry. Who was it? Great. Which games did you participate in? Okay, excellent. Super. So I was medical team at Aspen this winter at the Winter Games. And I had chaired a women veteran group night, and we had 50 women veterans who participated in that. I would encourage you to look at the VA events page and enroll and participate in one of those disabled games. It doesn't matter what disability you have, you can participate. They are phenomenal. And those women really, really rocked me. The men, they rocked me too. They pushed me, but the women pushed harder. So join in. It's part of your whole health.
I wanted to speak with you a little bit more about maternity. I'm standing up because I can't see over this thing, you guys. Maternity and infertility care. So the VA, when I say we provide maternity care, our insurance plan advises. We don't deliver at the VA, just to clarify that. So when a woman becomes pregnant and they call into their primary care provider, we enter a consult for the Office of Community Care to provide those services. It encompasses all the aspects of your prenatal care, including childbirth education. At around 36 weeks, should you choose to lactate, which in today's formula shortage, I'd probably encourage that even a little bit more for our young women veterans. We provide all of the services that you need for lactation support, such as the breast pumps and all the accompanying equipment. And I never knew any of this before I joined the VA. So we want to pass the word and get this word out that we can do this. Infertility care is a little bit more complex. It does somewhat relate to your service-connected disabilities. Many of the infertility diagnosis and labs, though, are covered under the general plan. It's when you need all the way to IVF. But yes, if you qualify, the VA will pay for IVF services, which is in vitro fertilization. And I have to thank Dr. Patty Hayes, who has been the driving force for women's veterans' health for a long time, since the early 90s, right? She listened. Dr. Hayes is a PhD nurse who listened to you. She is now the director for the Women's Health Services at the central office, and she has been the driving force for these programs. And I'm going to turn the rest of this over to my colleague, Dr. Nicole Dutta. I can't tell you how pleased I am to have her in our program. Go ahead, Dr. Dutta.
Thank you. And I am so excited to talk to you today about the women's mental health services that are available at the VA. I heard from the panel earlier about it's been hard to get in historically and get those kind of specialty services, but I want everyone in the room to know that the VA has been investing in women's mental health. So if you tried 5 years ago, you had a hard time getting in, you may have a very different experience today. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the services that we have. We have a whole range of care for women's mental health, starting at the outpatient level. So for example, at Hampton, we have a dedicated women's behavioral health team staffed with 8 licensed providers. And all they do all day is women's mental health care. We have specialty programs for things like military sexual trauma recovery. We also have general mental health services, so counseling and medication management for depression, anxiety, relationship issues, and we treat what you're dealing with today. So you don't have to be a combat veteran to be eligible for these services. Another thing, just to keep in mind, mental health is really a women veteran issue. So there was a recent Million Veteran Program study that looked at, in primary care, men and women, what are their most common things that they're coming in for treatment for? In women under 65, depression is the single most common presenting complaint, over 50% of women. So if you haven't experienced depression, probably the woman sitting next to you has. So this is an urgent issue for us at the VA and something we're very aggressive about dealing with and helping you guys recover. So I also wanted to just mention that we offer video services as well. So I know for women, you guys are busy. I think about your population, your pillars of the community. And so I kind of think you're standing strong, but then sometimes things are getting piled on. Family stressors, financial stressors, trauma history, job, education, right? You have all of these things. So even the strongest pillar might need some help to stay afloat, right? So we have services to help you connect, reduce your isolation, and to help you get the support that you need. We also have higher levels of mental health care available if that's what you need. So we have intensive outpatient mental health services available through the VA, including for things like substance use, serious mental illness, and trauma. And we have residential treatment available through the VA, including a network of women's-only PTSD residential treatment programs. So a lot of people don't know they exist. We have them, and we can connect you to that care if you need it. Of course, we also have acute mental health treatment. So if you're in a mental health crisis, you can go to a VA emergency room anytime, and they'll help you get evaluated, get the treatment that you need. Okay, so just a recap of what we offer. Mental health services at the VA are integrated into almost every clinic. So in your primary care clinic, if you go to the VA, there's a mental health provider embedded in that clinic. We also do have the MSG treatment for all veterans regardless of gender, but many VAs do have women-specific military sexual trauma treatment programs. acute inpatient and emergency room mental health services. And we already talked about whole health, which can, of course, support mental health. And I always, every time I talk to veterans, remind you of the crisis line. We have a Veterans Crisis Line. It's available 24/7, 365. Even if you don't go to the VA, you can still call them. So I like to tell people, if you call them at 2 o'clock on Christmas morning, a trained crisis counselor will pick up, they'll talk to you, and they'll help you figure out how to move forward to stay safe. So please use the crisis line if you need it. You can call them, the phone number is there. You can text them. You can anonymously chat with them on their website. So there's 3 ways to connect. And they do liaison back with us locally. So if you call them, we'll reach out to you to see what additional mental health services you might want.
So what does integrated behavioral health mean in primary care? So I'm in clinic today and I'm seeing my patients, male or female, but let's talk about how integrated behavioral health works on Team 39, which is my team in the women's clinic. I'm seeing a new patient. I'm doing a complete intake, history and physical exam, and I notice she has a history of depression. Ran out of medication 30 days ago because they left Kentucky and they moved to us. Kentucky is just an example. So what do I do after I do my physical exam? I take all my history, we work all the diagnoses, we come up with a current treatment plan. I automatically send a message to my integrated behavioral health team. Hello, Miss So-and-so is here today, transferring from Kentucky, needs to reconnect with mental health. I send a Teams message. Honestly, probably within 1 minute, I'll get a message back. Great, we'll review the chart. This is Dr. Dutta's team reviewing the chart. Are you done with the appointment? May we call the woman veteran? Yes, you may. Of course, we've all consented, and I've consented with her to have that reconnection. I can place her right in the next exam room beside me, and she can have her mental health appointment right then and there. That's integrated right within primary care. That's a VA national program. It's not specific just to Hampton. It's available nationwide. So that's how integration with these programs works within the VA. Thank you.
So much as what has been said before we started and certainly throughout the day is how do you connect from going, getting your benefits, getting enrolled to getting into our system. And again, when I got out of the military, I didn't even know that the VA had 3 actual divisions. The Veteran Benefits Organization is separate from Veterans Health. And many times that's where we kind of have struggles, right? So I'd like to give a shout out to veteran service officers that are embedded with the Virginia Department of Veterans Services. They are wonderful. If you are having problems getting your benefits, please reach out to them for help or reach out to the Disabled American Veterans. I am a lifetime member. They have wonderful veteran service officers who can help you get those benefits so that you can come be part of our integrated primary care health team that would be able to access these services. We're just providers. The 3 of us are providers. We're at the other end of that spectrum. We're in our clinics every day. Can't wait to see you. Let's work on some problems, help you with your health care. We're aware that before you get to see us, there's a real struggle and sometimes a real problem trying to get those benefits to get to us. Then you have to get enrolled into the VA healthcare, and then you finally get assigned to a primary care manager. If you leave with nothing else today, this number for the Women Veterans Call Center is a fantastic way to get that program, to get that support help. What they do at the Women Veterans Call Center is staff the people who help you with experts in managing your benefits and your health care. They're, for the most part, women veterans. that are manning the call center. So no matter where you're living, if you call that number, they will probably connect you to someone like myself or Dr. Rhea. We are Women Veterans Program Managers. Most of us, all of us in those positions are healthcare workers. There are nurses, there are nurse practitioners and social workers who are Women Veterans Program Managers. And I've got a few more minutes. Are there any questions for us, for any of the speakers? Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned video services. What encompasses that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the VA actually has its own HIPAA-appropriate level of encryption software called VA Video Connect that allows us to do telehealth to home or to wherever you are. And so I think that it's heavily used in mental health because a lot of what we do is talk to people, but there are also video visits available for other specialties, depending on what you need, whether you need a physical exam or not to do the appointment. Yeah, so I know women veterans, y'all are busy. So sometimes you might be able to get an hour off work or the kids are napping and you can squeeze in a video appointment from home. It's really convenient.
So we use Video Connect in primary care also. I have Mondays are dedicated for me on my team to do Video Connect. And how we use that is, say I'm managing you for hypertension and I have a face-to-face visit with you on Thursday. And I see, oh, your blood pressure's up, I'm going to change you to this medication, but I want to recheck your blood pressure. I'll mail you a blood pressure cuff to your home. You'll manage your blood pressure. I'll save you on gas, time, and wear and tear, and your follow-up visit will be video. You'll put your cuff on, and I'll watch you take your blood pressure, right? So that's how we use Video Connect appointments. I try to do them every other. But if you have asthma, I can't hear you from your kitchen if I'm 30 miles away. So there are some appointments it doesn't work for, but I love them, patients love them, and really we did 100% Video Connect as soon as COVID hit us, March 2020, right? We dropped down to our knees and boom, wrapped right on up to Video Connect. Now we're going back to that because we realize you really do need to see me. Right, I do need to see you, but there are times I don't need to see you, and I'll use it on the other way.
And I wanted to add one more thing I remembered about the video visits. If you have a financial barrier, like you can't afford a device that can stream video, or you don't have internet access at your home, the VA also has a program called the Digital Divide where we can issue you an iPad for your medical appointments. So, to no cost to you, you can have the device you need so you can do video visits with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you talked about the children, having children, and you talked about all the issues about having children, mental health, but what about those of us who are menopausal, having problems getting what we need to balance our hormones? When I left the Navy, I had gotten a hysterectomy. They wouldn't balance my hormones, but a transgender could get his hormones balanced. So I was just wondering how we work through the VA with that.
Well, I want to say one thing on the mental health side before you guys jump in on the medical piece, which is that we actually have in the Women's Mental Health Program Office a reproductive psychiatrist, and she consults nationally with providers for anything related to reproductive mental health. So that includes perimenopause or menopause symptoms that are impacting mental health. So this is a really unique service that most providers out in town don't have access to. But we do, where we can actually get cutting edge information from an expert in that area to help you with your symptoms.
That's a great question.
So to piggyback off of what Dr. Dada had to say, primary care providers that provide care to women in the VA are what we call WH1 PCPs, Women's Health Primary Care Providers. They are required to do 10 CMEs at least a year to maintain that designation so that they provide comprehensive care to women veterans. So our women providers have that education to provide that service for you. So you should be able to seek that out within your facility. One other piece that we missed on was we talked about Dr. Patty Hayes, who's at the central office for the VA. She is a staunch supporter of women veterans. She has a podcast. You can go on to that podcast and listen to any one of those podcasts. The podcast is called She Wears the Boots. Okay? She runs her podcast, and when she opens up to Congress, she speaks about the podcast, and she'll run that. Next month is menopause. She has a She Wears the Boots podcast on menopause. She has been very vocal about the dollars that are required for women veterans to have care, to push the envelope for gender disparity. I would say one thing we couldn't share with you on our slide, because we had very little time, is that we at the Hampton VA have been awarded $3+ million to support our women's veteran program, to offer walk-in mammograms, to offer walk-in ultrasound, to look at providing you with the most comfortable bed or the best bed so that you can have your exam on. We are not secluded of that. That is a national thing. So every VA in the nation is seeking these dollars to grow and support women veterans. So thank you for that. We could talk forever.
You have 3 medical professionals up here. We could just keep going.
What's your question?
Excuse me.
Oh, you can speak in.
I'm sorry, she's waiting. This is going to be the last question. Here you go.
You keep talking about register and make your primary care in the VA, but it excludes you if you don't make your primary care at the VA. I'm one of the fortunate people. My primary care doctor is still Langley Air Force Base. So he's been with me for years, but it excludes me from other services. And when I tried to get an appointment for glasses, I had to get a lieutenant colonel to get me an appointment because they said you have to change your primary care provider. So that I don't try to use a lot of the services there because my primary care manager's not there. I tried to get into the weight program for counseling, and they said, well, you have to go through your primary care, and if you're not assigned a VA primary care, then it just seems like you don't qualify, or who do you talk to find out these things? I have a lot of people, lung soldiers, that come to me asking for advice, and I tell them to keep your primary care outside of the VA because they have so many problems getting appointments. But I realize that's not the correct information to give them, but how do you work around that? If you don't want to change your primary care to a VA professional, how do you get those other services?
So there is a directive called self-guided care, self-directed care, and you can do self-directed care. So you can have a primary care provider on the outside. However, we don't do interfacility consults. So a Langley provider couldn't do an interfacility consult to us to the MOVE program. That is specific to your primary care provider. It requires vital signs, it requires height, weight, and a reason why we'd be sending you to the MOVE program. Audiology and hearing are self-referral. You can call, you can walk in, and you can do your own referral for audiology. My husband, who's a veteran, is not enrolled for care at the Hampton VA, and he walks in and has his hearing test and has his hearing aid given to him. Of course, you have to have a service connection for that, and I'm sure he doesn't mind that I'm sharing that today. I is the same, self-referral, no service connection for that. You can have that appointment. You make that yourself. So if you look at the directive for self-directed care, I have lots of veterans who have care on both sides of the community, whether they go to Langley, whether they actually come to the Hampton VA. I have the opportunity to look at their medical record, see, can I complement what the provider is doing for them in the DoD side? Is there something that I can help here that's not available to them there? You have to have a once-a-year appointment to be enrolled and sustain your enrollment within the VA.
And I would add to that, that's for mental health, the VA has a national policy that you do not have to receive primary care services to be connected to mental health. So you can call us up and just say, I only want mental health, that's it, and we'll get you enrolled. And we do have veterans in our clinic, and that's what they do. They do Langley for medical, and they come to us for mental health, and that's totally fine. And there is a program called M2VA, which is a team of case managers, and they work with active duty service members when they're in the process of discharging. So they meet with them, they find out what medical services they need, and then they make the referrals. They place the consults for them. So for your soldiers, that might be an option to get linked with the case managers.
Well, everybody, we're out of time. Please come visit us at our table. I'd like to give a shout out to my recently retired Commander McDonald husband back there. He was my mule hauling all the things in today, and I'd like to publicly thank him.
Thank you so much. You can just right down the chair. Can we get one more round of applause for our panelists, please? Since 1898, Cox has stayed true to simple but enduring values of honesty, integrity, leadership, and community. How do they do that? By treating their employees and veterans as our most important resource, giving back to our communities, and seizing new innovative business opportunities. So whether you're a veteran, reservist, or military spouse, they believe you'll recognize their values as some of the same values that have attracted you to serve our country. Thank you so much for being here. Zing Ambrose.
I'm gonna show you how. Just watch me. Faster, turn it up. Stronger, burn it up. Better, move it up. Work it, shake it up. Move it, take it up. Get it, light it up.
Oh, well, thank you, Robin, for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. I'm one of the only ones that'll probably say I didn't mind that music selection. It is an honor to be standing in front of you today. It is so good to be outside of the confines of my house. I would like to introduce, just give a thank you to my general manager and my regional manager and senior vice president, J.D. Myers, for coming out and supporting me. So thank you, sir. My name is Zing Frazier, Zing Ambrose, depending on how I feel when I roll out the bed in the mornings. And I am the Virginia Cox Business Operations Manager. I am so honored to be here representing Cox Communications. As an employee, I'm extremely proud of how Cox supports the military community and veterans. I'm also a veteran, and so is J.D. Myers. I'm also the leader of our Salute ERG, which is an employee resource group for current military members, veterans, reservists, as well as employees who love and support them. Our goal is to build awareness of military service accomplishments, workplace values, professional employee development, and promote increased employee engagement while supporting and recognizing the diversity, culture, and business drive of our company and community. Forbes named our parent company, Cox Enterprises Incorporated, one of its 2021 Best Employers for veterans. This award reinforces our culture as an employer who cares about the veteran community. Since 1898, Cox has stayed true to simple but enduring values of honesty, integrity, leadership, and community. We've done that by treating our employees as our most important resource, giving back to our communities, and seizing new, innovative business opportunities. These qualities have made us one of the best, dare I say the best, workplaces for current and past military members. According to the Department of Labor, approximately 200,000 U.S. military service members enter civilian life each year. And Cox partners with 8 organizations that help veterans make the transition. Hiring veterans makes perfect business sense for Cox because of the alignment with our culture and championing inclusion. But it really makes sense for everyone. The military instills principles like trustworthiness, honesty, integrity, creative problem solving, all of these things that are applicable in the business world. All these things, each and every one of us have. I want to encourage you, I want you to feel empowered to seek employers who see and know the value of our military experience. And for what it's worth, at Cox, we empower our people to work together to solve the most pressing problems of the time. So if you're looking for opportunities, please find me after this event and we'll have a little conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm every woman. I am stronger and wiser and better. I am smarter, a fighter, a go-getter.
Now, who's up for a little hands-on exercise? Up next, I would like to invite our next panelists to the stage for their talk. Expressive coping techniques. I would like to invite to the stage retired Navy Captain Laura Venable of On the Horizon and Dr. Niiti Dokai, George Mason University.
Get crazy. Let loose. Set yourself free. This is what I tell your souls to die.
Hi, everyone. We're so glad to be here today. So my name is Dr. Niiti Dokai. I'm a research associate professor at George Mason University, and it is also my honor to serve as the program director for the Veterans in the Arts Initiative, which is a community-based arts program that we have. It's located at our Hilton Performing Arts Center in Manassas, Virginia. And since 2014, we've served over 10,000 veterans, service members, their families, and military caregivers. And alongside me today here, I have the formidable Laura Venable. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good morning. Is this working?
It's on.
Oh, good. I spend most of my time out in stalls walking around in horse manure, so technical stuff is not my strong suit. My actual first association with the military was as an Army spouse. I didn't enter the Navy until after my husband died on active duty. And then I decided that when I wanted to go into the military, I wanted to go into a service where they weren't going to feel that I was fulfilling his career. It had to be my career. And I chose the Navy, and it was an absolutely fantastic 25-year career. Now I have the absolute privilege of doing two things. One, I work with the Virginia Employment Commission in their Jobs for Veterans State Grant Program, where I assist veterans at preparing for jobs, careers, and helping them find those careers. So after the military, they have continued fulfilling lives. And then I do have a farm where I operate on the Horizon Equine Assisted Therapy, and that gives me the opportunity to assist veterans and other people who can grow personally from an experience with horses.
So as we were talking today about expressive coping techniques, we deliberated what this really meant to us. And for me personally, I'd like to share what this means to me. So my first job after I finished school was working with veterans and service members who are recovering from severe traumatic brain injury, spinal cord injuries, and acute post-traumatic stress in post-acute neurorehabilitation. So these were the last steps that they were taking in acute recovery before they integrated back into the community after several years of rehabilitation in medical settings. And it was my job to see what they really had an interest in doing. And oftentimes, if someone was interested in the arts, they were sent my way. And we would explore what songs they liked to listen to, if music had been part of their past, and determine how it could be part of their future. From there, I went to George Mason University, where I got to design arts activities for the military-connected community at a broader scale. And alongside that, I learned how to create what I considered to be respectful and effective research techniques so that I could understand the impact of programs for the community that I was serving. I wanted to make sure that I didn't think that these programs were impactful and that the people that I was working alongside to implement them didn't think that they were impactful, but that the veterans, service members, their families, and the caregivers themselves told us that they were impactful. So as these programs got bigger, this became part of my job, speaking about this. And for me, as a program designer and a researcher, this is not where I am most comfortable. Where I am most comfortable is creating music alongside my veterans and creating art alongside my veterans. And so where I found my expressive coping techniques was actually through this first smartphone photography workshop series that we did for our women veterans back in 2019. We all came together cross-generationally. We had women who had served during the Vietnam era, through women who had deployed through Iraq, and from eras in between. And we all knew one thing: we were taking a lot of photos with our phones, but we wanted to know if we were taking the best photos with our phones because we were capturing moments that were really important to us. So we met with a photography instructor at George Mason University, and she taught us how to take better photos. And it was through these photos that I became empowered to tell the story of my veterans. So on the flyer that's been distributed to you here, you'll see my photography. If you examine my photography at a critical level, it's not great. It's not anything that can be compared to the work of the formidable Laura Hatcher, but it is my story of my veterans and the people that I care for the most. So with that, I'd like to have you watch a video where they are speaking for themselves. These were all testimonials that they wanted to share with you. After we finish our programs, from time to time, I ask them if they'd like to share information about the program with other veterans and share why it is that they participate in the hope of getting more people to join, especially as we now have virtual programs. All of you could join us. If you are wondering what a guitar workshop is like, you could actually go to our website and join us tomorrow night. So with that, could we please cue slide number 30 for the video?
The Hilton Center was founded as a community partner. We exist here in this community to build up and foster and advocate and change lives for the better across all spectrums of what we try to do through the performing arts, through the visual arts, and through the education programs that the Hilton offers. And the Veterans in the Arts Initiative is really a pure expression of that.
And one of the most special things about our Veterans in the Arts Initiative is that it originated out of community conversations. So we found out what our veterans enjoy doing best, about their interest in learning how to play guitar, creating artwork, learning how to write poetry, and we've been able to transform those conversations into workshops and special events where we have an opportunity to explore the arts together, to try new things, and to experience them in different ways.
There's this strange divide where people don't really know or understand what the veteran experience is. And giving veterans the tools to talk about it, to work through it, through art, is so important. And it's so soul-feeding. And it's just such an important and good way to give back to a community that has given us so much.
One thing and this was with the guitar and ukulele, there's a wide range of ages and skills. There are some people who I think are in their 80s, and there's some kids who are 7, 8, 9, 10 years age. And to see them all progress is really exciting to see that skill being passed on from generation to generation.
Music helps me with stress. Well, I've been singing since I was 11 months old, which made music an important thing in my life.
My father, who will be 91 in December of this year, has been playing musically, an accordion, since he was 8 years old. And from his perspective, you cannot play and jam with a whole bunch of other people and contribute to music, you're no musician. So my goal is to be able to, even with the ukulele, be able to strum along, be able to jam with my father.
So I had no idea I would come this far, this fast. So I think my expectations have been far exceeded. I expected to just, learn the different parts of the ukulele and some basic chords, but I think we covered a lot of material, so I'm really been excited. Even though reading music wasn't taught as formally as part of the class, we learned it along the way, so I was really surprised to just have come so far since it started. It's really relaxing, so it gives me a chance to focus and relax and be calm. And I think just having that art as part of your life is just extremely important.
Our research agenda is something that makes the Veterans in the Arts Initiative so special. Being based at George Mason University, which is a research university, we've been able to do longitudinal research on the impact of our community arts programming for our military-connected community members, and the findings so far have been really promising. We found that there has been an increased interest in learning new skills. There's been an increase in social connectedness and an increased sense of well-being. And we're looking forward to continue to collect data so that we can continue to find more possibilities there.
Everything we do is done because of the generosity of our donors, our corporate partners, our individual donors, foundations, and the Commonwealth. It is an initiative that truly stands on its own and continues to function on that basis.
So that's them. That is the amazing community that I have the opportunity to serve every single day, and that if you join us online, that you'll get a chance to meet as well, and who will welcome you with open arms. And so for us, expressive coping techniques is about finding that favorite song, that favorite picture, making it a little bit better, but then thriving together and finding that joy in being together and really force multiplying our strengths through our creative expression so that we can do what it is that we do best, which is be human. And with that, I would love for you to learn more about the work of my amazing co-panelists.
So horses have what is called emotional intelligence. They mirror people. And when Stephanie talked earlier about listening to veterans, horses listen. All the time they listen. They're very astute, they're very aware of everything going on around them. They have to be. They're prey animals. If they don't pay attention, they know they could be injured or killed. So they're very alert to everything going on around them. And what I had this last week was a new veteran, a female veteran, and her 15-year-old transgender child come out to the farm. Is there a chance, do I click this to put up the slide? Okay. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Anyway, equine-assisted therapy is kind of a nebulous term because it covers a lot of different things. It could be therapeutic riding for people with a physical disability. It could be hippotherapy, which is also riding, which is occupational therapy. It could be psychotherapy, where a licensed therapist works with an individual with the horses. What I specifically do is called equine-assisted learning because I am absolutely not a therapist. In my case, the horse is the only therapist. And what happens is I provide the opportunity for the human and the horse to come together and for the horse to help that individual grow however they feel they need to grow without my interference. I'm there to make sure that they're safe and to give them the opportunity. I guess if I look at it, when you look at this slide here, to me it's all about love. This is an individual that's been coming out for a long time, and clearly he and that horse have a very loving relationship. So this, again, now, privacy, confidentiality is extremely important, so I would never ever share anything unless the individual coming out to the farm has agreed to that. So this veteran and her daughter agreed that they had no problems with this. This is an example of the very first time, and they'll be coming back for other sessions, but this was their very first session. So usually we start, I'll have them stand outside an arena where I have several horses, depending on the number of people, and they just look at them. And then I ask them to go inside and just kind of look at the horse, watch the horse for a few minutes, and then decide what horse you think you'd like to meet. At that point in time, I invite them to actually go meet a horse. Now what you'll see here is that the young lady, she's very tentative, but she actually goes up to the horse. Her mother, who's the veteran, still stood back. So what happens, you'll notice the horse isn't paying much attention to her either. He's eating. As she does finally go up and touch him, she's still very tentative, and so the horse doesn't move away, but just stands there and eats. Doesn't pay as much attention to her as the other horse, whose name is Pilot, by the way, is dealing with the teenager. I'll watch that for a while. Again, I don't interfere with any of this. But what happens is when we get to the end of the session, and I can tell that both the individual and the horse were at the end of a session, I'll have them come aside, and in this case, I asked the young lady, if that horse whispered to you, what would he tell you? And this is an exact quote of what she said, kind of telling me that I don't really go out of my way to do stuff or to talk to people. And I just said, So this individual, when she got there, only said hi to me. She looked at the ground, walked up to the arena. She had this conclusion, and as we left the arena to walk back down to the parking area, on her own, she started talking to me about what she wanted to do for the summer and what her interests were. So again, I didn't try to draw anything out of her. This was with the horse. And she said, yes, she'd like to come back again. She had never, ever touched a horse before. So this was her deciding what she needed to know, what she learned from that situation. And now she can come back and continue to develop whatever she needs. Each time, she and the horse will determine what that is as she continues to grow. So when people come out, it could be different things that we decide. There could be a situation where I set up where an individual had anger management issues, and so we had barrels out in the arena, and I said, go out and stack up those barrels. And there's a horse out there. Well, she goes out to stack it up, and the horse, being very interested, comes and knocks down the barrels. So she stacks the barrels back up, and the horse knocks down the barrels. Did this a couple of times till she succeeded, and it was all good. And when she came in, I said, well, you weren't you didn't get angry. And the response was, I did not want the horse to feel the way I feel when people yell at me. Okay. One last situation, I had a veteran with PTSD who wasn't really interested, but he had a 12-year-old autistic son, and they were having a lot of difficulty, and he wanted to know if he could bring his son out. So he did. He brought this son out. Well, it just so happened that a therapist who is on our board came out and worked with the young man, took him up to some miniature horses. And while they were doing that, I was just talking to the veteran. I was grooming a horse, and the first thing I know, he starts touching the horse. And then I give him a brush, and he starts brushing the horse. Well, he comes back. When they come back down with the son, the therapist said he did really, really well. He was having to learn, because this miniature horse didn't want to be caught, and he had to learn that he couldn't lose his temper. He couldn't be upset. He had to watch the horse, figure out what the horse was going to do so he could go and put a halter on the horse. And the reward then was that they got to walk outside, the horse got to eat grass, and he got to lead the horse. So at the end of this session, the veteran goes, can I bring back my wife and my 2 daughters the next time? So the whole family came out. For the 6 sessions that they did when they decided they had had enough, the entire family came out and benefited. Also, the parents, through the therapist, learned how to help deal with their son, because the son was being taught when he had to catch this horse, use your horse sense. Decide how to hold your emotions and use your horse sense so you can get the horse. So what she was telling the parents was, at home, if he starts to have a problem, just remind him, use your horse sense and help him bring his emotions back into more control. So each session is an example for me. Well, I'm lucky. I get to go and do the late night barn checks. I get therapy every night. But I learn something each time. And it's not from me, it's from the horses. So what we've done when we've passed around things, I have given you a list of a number of therapeutic programs throughout Virginia. There's one, the Virginia Horse Industry, that lists 27. A lot of them do different things, but if you contact them, they'll tell you exactly what programs they're involved with. And there's bound to be something that's reasonably close to you where you or a friend or a family member or someone that you know could benefit from it. And the horses benefit too, because they really do connect with people.
Thank you so much for sharing information about that. Do we have time for a question? We do. Okay, so does anyone have any questions for either of us?
If you do have questions later on or you just want to talk about it, we're here all day. And
yeah, absolutely.
I intend to eat lunch. I don't know about Nancy, but I will. So you can find me anytime. This is something I'm passionate about, and I'm more than happy to discuss with anyone.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I see Commissioner Gade here, so I'm happy to pass on to him.
Thank you, ladies. I really appreciate it. So we're going to have a tiny little unannounced, not previously announced break in the program right now, and it's a very special occasion in my view because I get to introduce my friend, the First Lady of Virginia, Suzanne Youngkin. And since we were talking about horses, you'll be glad to know that she owns horses, she trains horses, and she is absolutely an avid horse woman. So with no further ado, our own First Lady, Suzanne Youngkin.
Walk-up music, I like it. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I feel very, very humbled to be speaking to a room full of incredibly servant-hearted and brave women. I notice we have a few men lingering around, fortunately or unfortunately. But I have read up on this organization, read up on your backgrounds, so stinking proud of you. I would have never been able to commit myself to what each of you committed yourselves to in your lives. And I just want to thank you on behalf of all of the families who you protect, all of the women who you inspire, and the difference you make in your universes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to put on these red glasses because after I turned 50, I couldn't see a darn thing. And so I'm going to make sure that I stick with my notes. I want to give you just a tiny bit of background on our family. I don't know how many of you all know anything about us. I'm married to Glenn Youngkin. He's the 74th governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Glenn is a businessman. Thank you. No need to clap. Glenn was a businessman up until the summer of 2020, when at the peak of COVID and everything going on in all of our lives, he decided that he really felt like it was time to pass the baton at the company where he had been working for 25 years and run for public office. This was a seismic shift in our family's life, and certainly in my life as a mother and a spouse. We have 4 children, aged 25, 22, 21, 18. And so I have, for the last 20 years, been wholly committed to keeping that little party afloat while Glenn was out changing the world. And I'm still doing that today. So we were extremely humbled and privileged last November when Virginians hired my husband to go work for them. That's exactly what you all did. You hired him. And I just want to assure you that he is working tirelessly every single day to try to make the Virginia that we all know and love a little bit brighter and a little bit more open and welcoming and affordable and safe for each and every one of you. I'm going to tell you about 3 things that I personally have been able to get to see Glenn and his administration do and or announce just in the recent past that I think will excite you. The first one is, I don't know if anyone saw the announcement that came out of Northern Virginia earlier this week about the collaboration between Boeing and Virginia Tech. Essentially, in a nutshell, what has happened is Virginia Tech is building an innovation campus in Northern Virginia. It is going to be a state-of-the-art facility that is really emulates the most diverse technology campus in our nation. It's going to be positioned right there by the Pentagon. That is not lost on anyone, the importance there. And so Boeing, in addition to announcing that they are moving their corporate headquarters out of the state of Illinois into the Commonwealth of Virginia, made a $50 million multi-year commitment to expanding Virginia Tech's Innovation Campus and specifically establish the Boeing Center for Veteran Transition and Military Families. And what this hub is going to do, it is going to train up the workforce of the future. And it is going to be laser focused on serving our country's heroes, each and every one of you and your families. We are so tremendously excited about the opportunity here, and we understand that every single person that serves in our military deserves TLC when he or she is segueing out of the military and training up for the next chapter of his or her life. I think this is going to be a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to engage our younger students as well. And so I would encourage you who are mothers or grandmothers or aunts to stay very close to this incredible educational opportunity and encourage the young people in your life to dig in deep here. Secondly, one of the great privileges of the campaign, and frankly, there weren't many, ladies, was getting to travel around the Commonwealth and meet Virginians and see all the great and good that is going on. I think we can all get very bogged down with what we read in the newspaper or what we see across our screens. There seems to be a lot of division, a lot of downtrodden, a lot of hurting one another. And I can tell you firsthand, that is not what Virginians are made of. We saw people doing generous, wonderfully brave, incredibly innovative things across the Commonwealth. And so Glenn and I established the Spirit of Virginia Award as a nod to the unsung heroes around the Commonwealth. We are going to be giving out 6 Spirit of Virginia Awards every single year. And again, it's to shine a light on good works that are happening. The very first award we gave to a facility right outside of Lynchburg, Virginia, Alta Vista, Virginia, to be specific, called the National Center for Healthy Veterans. This is a residential program. They have housing, they have equine therapy. I loved hearing about the equine therapy. They have farming, they have best practices, they have workforce development. It is open to veterans of all ages and all stages, particularly those who really need an overhaul, really need a leg up as they try to figure out their next steps. And so I would encourage you again to look at it. It is the only living facility of its kind in our nation. Admiral Deeds, who had a relationship with Liberty University and therefore fell in love with Virginia, relocated his family from Texas to build out this facility, and it is going to change lives. And we were so honored to get to know them a little bit better, to be involved with them philanthropically, and to give them this recognition. The third thing I want to talk to you about are some things that are coming down the pike related to legislative affairs and policy. Glenn really wants Virginia to be the best place for military service members and their families to live and work and raise their families. That's something he talks about a lot. In one of the very first proposals he put forth in January when he came into office was to eliminate taxes on the first $40,000 of military's retirement. We are one of the few states in our nation that taxes veterans' retirement, and we do not think that is an acceptable place to be. He's also just signed 20 bills, most of them bipartisan bills, I will add, supporting Virginia's military and veterans community. Some of those are waiving fees associated with permits necessary to establish veteran-owned small businesses. He established a suicide prevention coordinator in the Department of Veteran Services to support and coordinate mental health care services for service members and their families. He increased the number of days of paid leave for Armed Services, Reserve, National Guard, Virginia Defense Force, or National Defense Executive Reserve military duties from 15 to 21 days. He signed a bill to allow disabled veterans to get issued special license plates to be transferred upon his or her death or to his or her spouse, so that those disabled persons have needed access to buildings and facilities. And honestly, the list goes on and on. Your elected officials, your General Assembly members, and your executive branch, Glenn and his remarkable team, are working tirelessly to celebrate you, to honor you, to keep you in the Commonwealth of Virginia, to keep your children in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and to make you feel celebrated. And we will continue to champion and fight for you. The very last thing I want to talk to you about is extremely self-serving, but it is just this. A lot of people asked me when Glenn was elected, what is going to be your platform? What is going to be your cause? And I jokingly said, but it was very true, that my cause for these first 6 months has been the stability of my nuclear family. I think all of us understand that when we are parts of families, we play different roles. And my role over these last 6 months is to keep every single thing in Glenn Youngkin's life steady so that he can work for you. And that's what I have been focused on. But as I do look forward and I realize what an incredible privilege it is to serve you, I want to stay laser focused on things that really matter to women and girls. During the campaign, I talked to a lot of small business owners, a lot of caretakers, a lot of women who were involved in healthcare and in education. More than 3 million women lost their jobs or stepped out of the workforce because of the COVID pandemic, and we are just seeing a lot of women pick up the pieces now. And a lot of us don't really know how to pick up the pieces. We're dealing with new and different realities. So I have launched a sisterhood website. I love the fact that your gathering has this theme of sister in arms. That really spoke to my heart. And my sisterhood website is intended to be a resource for every person in this room. It will tell you about what's happening at the government level, in our Health and Human Resources Department, in our K-12 education, different resources for you when we had the baby formula shortage, things that are important to you and your families, free programs you can engage in the summer with your children. So please visit us. It is firstlady.virginia.gov. If there's one thing I'm not, it's a partisan. I'm just a mom and a wife and a laborer and a lover of people, and I feel like the best thing that I can do to Virginia is to let you know what is happening out there. Please also be in touch with us. Let us know what's happening in your community. Let us know how we can better serve veterans. There is a contact form on my website. You can sign up to receive a once-monthly newsletter. This newsletter is highlighting women in Virginia doing great things. Again, it's highlighting resources, things for you to visit, places for you to find help and services, and you can sign up via my website. So please become a part of this greater sisterhood. I think I can tell you that the women of Virginia have an opportunity at this moment to make a big difference in the health and well-being of not only our Commonwealth, but our country. When Glenn and I travel places, people are watching what's happening here. They're curious because they're seeing people come together and put down their differences and try to speak into issues that really are on all of our hearts. And I just want to close with a proverb that I love about women. And it's Proverbs 31:26, and it reads, "She opens her mouth with wisdom, and the teaching of kindness is on her tongue." So if there's one thing that I can just encourage you to do with both your sisters here in this room, but in your nuclear families and your communities, is to try on that gift of kindness. And I think with your smarts and your bravery, and with the fact that you have already demonstrated that you are in the business of service, you have an opportunity to really change this moment of time that we're in, where people are seeking an ounce of grace and an ounce of glory and a lot of sisterhood. So thank you so, so much for letting me be with you. I would love to answer your question. Hi. Ooh, good idea. Well, there's a new sheriff in town, so I'll see what I can do. I'm making myself a note. Any other ideas and or comments that I can take back to the team? Yeah.
Your website,
Okay, I think it's First Lady, all one word, no space, all lowercase. Is that correct, Colleen, my chief? You all, I will have you know, I have my first Instagram page. Yes, I do. When they told me that I had to have an Instagram, I wanted to cry. I said, no, it's gonna ruin my life. Like it ruined so many others. And so yes, it is First Lady, all one word, all lowercase, no space, .Virginia, all lowercase, .gov. And again, if you want to receive the newsletter, you have to sign up. We're not going to stalk you. You can also receive an issue, and if it's not helpful to you, you can opt out, I understand. So check out what we're doing, and we're trying to keep it as up to date as we possibly can. And again, it's for resource purposes. It's not, it really is about what's happening in the government and happening in communities. Yes, any other comments, thoughts, inputs? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes, First Lady. Commander McDonald, retired Navy. I applaud your efforts on, Team Youngkin's efforts on the various veterans programs. But recently, North Carolina just changed their tax for veterans as of January 1st to 0 taxes. And I think it was 2018 for West Virginia. So you got 2 of your neighboring states that went to 0, not first 40,000. So I would encourage, if you're trying to keep people in Virginia, to probably entertain 100% instead of 40,000. Anyway.
Yeah, baby steps, right? Baby steps. One of the very encouraging things, I guess, that has happened is that Virginia's coffers are very full. It's shocking. I mean, between the money that the government sent related to COVID relief and candidly the fact that every single person here has been grotesquely overtaxed, Virginia's coffers are very, very full. I say that because what's tremendously exciting, and I think what you're going to see come out of this budget, the budget's being finalized right now, is you're going to see record investment in things like education, tax cuts, infrastructure, and you're simultaneously going to see us be able to chip away at some of the fees, the taxes, et cetera, that have become incredibly burdensome. So I couldn't agree with you more. I cannot speak for the governor. I'm not the governor. I honestly don't know how he feels about this, but he is just grotesquely determined to do everything he can for veterans and to keep them here and to celebrate them. And I have no doubt that is on the radar, but I will definitely mention that. Yeah.
Another question that I have is my husband and I both are veterans, and we are not. I'm sorry, yes. My name is Lois Withers again. My husband and I both are veterans. I'm Army. My husband was Marine Corps, retired. But because neither of us are 100% disabled through the VA, we do not get any tax break on our homeowners, the tax bill that we have to pay, because neither one of us are at 100%. And so we do not get any tax breaks that the other veterans get. If they're at 100%, they get the tax break. But because we neither of I, we don't get any tax breaks. We don't qualify. We flat blank. If the answer is no. If you're not 100%, you don't get anything.
Okay. Well, again, I don't work at the VA. I cannot give you any concrete information on that. But all of these things, I'm taking copious notes here, and I will go back and speak to Secretary Crenshaw about that. Craig is an amazing man, and he is hugely empathetic, and so I will be a messenger. Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's not right. We served our country.
Yeah.
And we deserve it. And, in the personal
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Hi, First Lady.
Hi.
Penny Smith, retired veteran of the United States Army. I live in Chester, and I noticed that a lot of veterans in that area don't have transportation.
Okay.
I know Petersburg has buses. Hopewell, I don't know if they still have them, but they have buses, and it goes to the border line of Chester. So the people in Chesterfield and Chester, they have to go to the doctor in Richmond. There's no transportation. So if you don't have a car, you got to pay someone, maybe an arm and a leg or Uber to the VA.
Oh, no one can afford Uber these days. That's not happening.
So I'm asking, is there any way we could get some bus system within the other areas?
Okay. Writing it down.
Okay, last question.
Okay.
I guess I'm the last question, so can you hear me okay? My question is really, it affects women veterans, but also women in general. A lot of women are caregivers for spouses, right? A lot of our spouses were in the military or whether they were or not. The issue is this: we're juggling jobs, businesses, other family matters, and then the caregiving responsibilities. I'm unaware of whatever services the VA will help those women that are these caregivers, or just as a society. What are we doing to help women who are mostly shouldering this problem? You know, there are some women that are juggling the care of their parents and perhaps a spouse, and then juggling the family and a business and a job. So I think it's a big societal problem. It goes beyond women veterans, but I'm just wondering, are you all putting any attention on the role of caregivers and the impacts it's having to women and families to take care of all these people that need help?
Yeah, no, it's a big problem, and boy, did we see it really catch on fire during COVID, right? When we were all trapped. And the only thing I can personally speak to, and I think it's a much bigger issue that, you know, I will take back and we need to get on board with, but our Secretary of Education, which is a woman, Amy Gadara, she moved here from Minnesota, brilliant. She has been doing so much work, she and her team, in the education department on early childhood education. So historically, we have done, in my humble opinion, a poor job of looking at child care in the earliest of years as educational years, right? We think of it more as parking a child somewhere where they get their sippy cup or their bottle. But what we're finding out, and what we all inherently know as mothers, is that what happens during those years is absolutely critical to children's ability to thrive and progress through the elementary and the middle school and high school years. So our Health and Human Resources teams and our education teams are doing a very, very deep dive into early childhood education and trying to figure out how we can come up with innovative spaces and places that young babies and toddlers and youth can go to both be cared for and cultivated so that they are prepared for kindergarten. You know, we just released an education report that demonstrated, and I don't mean to depress you, I think there's so much opportunity, but 42% of second graders in the Commonwealth do not have sufficient reading capabilities. They are already behind. Now that is an unacceptable statistic. But what you saw come out of the General Assembly this time were bipartisan bills that, for example, funded reading resource counselors in a number of our elementary schools. I digress. My point is, if a child has never ever been exposed to a book or to literacy or been read to or shown the ABCs, I mean, by the time they get to kindergarten, they're already behind. So I don't have anything concrete to show you other than we are laser focused on this. Glenn and I visited an early childhood education center called River's Edge, I think it was recently. What was interesting there is they allowed parents to use monies that they were getting from social services against the tuition for that child care. And this facility had amazing caregivers, a gymnasium, all sorts of reading programs. And so it was a fabulous facility for those families, for mothers that had to work. I think that's a really important component that I think there are some great pilot programs that we can follow. But I hear you, and I will go back, and I think the elder care is something we're going to have to take a hard look at too, because I know from personal experience that it can be extremely traumatic and extremely expensive for families. So thank you so, so much. Well, I'm sure you all have to go, but I love this. This is just wonderful, and I hope we get other opportunities to be together. Again, the only way we know what we can do to help you is if you let us know, and my team is delightfully responsible in terms of replying, and they also do a great job posting my Instagram posts. So if there's ever anything in there you don't like, just know I did not post it. God bless you all. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the love that you show to our country and to your families and to your communities. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful conference. Take care.
Thank you very much for that great speech. The First Lady has graciously agreed to stay for pictures for anyone who would choose to do so, like to do so. And on that note, we will take a 20-minute break. So be back by 12.
What you been doing? What you gonna say? How you gonna feel at the end of the day? Do you ever wonder if it ever gets old? Does all that glitter leave you shining like gold? We don't let nobody tell us what to do. Nothing more to say and nothing left to prove. No misunderstanding, all you know is true. Everything is golden. move now. I got the green light, and I'm on my way now. And I'm making waves now. Ready or not, here I go. Woo! I'm on the move and I'm breaking through. Yeah, here I come. I'm on the move. Watch out now. Here I come. Here I go. Here I come. I'm on the go. Watch out now. Here I come. I'm a go-getter. smile from cheek to cheek and feeling fancy. That's where I'm gonna be, 'cause now I'm shining, I'm hiding, I got a good thing on repeat, no I can't hide it. There's nothing up my sleeve, oh. I got all the magic you need. It ain't never gonna leave, ain't never gonna leave, no. I got all the magic you need. It ain't never gonna leave, ain't never gonna leave, no. Anything can happen, anything can happen, anything can happen, yeah, anything, yeah, anything, yeah, anything can happen, anything can happen, anything can happen, yeah, anything, yeah, anything, yeah. I got all the magic you need. It ain't never gonna leave, ain't never gonna leave, no. I got all the magic you need. It ain't never gonna leave, ain't never gonna leave, no. I got all the magic you need. It ain't never gonna leave, ain't never gonna leave, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be resuming our program in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, so please find your seats. We will begin in 3 minutes.
I have walked a million roads, I have soldiered through the storm like a warrior. I put on my armor and I reach up to the sky, 'cause I was born to fly and soar above it all. I show him my power, I'm unbreakable, I'm unstoppable, oh, I'm unshakable, unbelievable. No, nothing's in my way, and nothing can stop me. I triumphed over fear, found a way through pain and tears to conquer and to win. I can see victory. I will rise up. I will fight and stand up, and I will never give up. No, I'm never giving up. I can move mountains. I can walk on the sea. No weight's too heavy. I can do anything. I can cross oceans and scale any wall I see. No army can stop me. I can move I'm unbreakable, I'm unstoppable, oh, I'm unshakable, unbelievable, oh, anything I dream, anything I want's possible. I can move mountains. I can move mountains. We can move mountains. I can move mountains.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we go ahead and get started? I guess everybody else will be coming in shortly. You know, real quick before I introduce our next speaker, you know, all the other services like to joke about how cushy the Air Force has it, right? But I heard a story recently of a young female airman who was stationed at Thule Air Force Base in Greenland. During the wee hours of the morning, an aircraft inbound to the state stopped to refuel. As the pilot was doing a final check, he decided he needed to have the sewage emptied. They woke up the young airman on duty. She reports only to find that the guy who had duty before her went home with the keys. She had to go track him down, get the keys, start the truck up, and drive it over to the plane. By this time, the captain is hot. He's like, I wanted to get this plane out of here before now. You're going to get punished. She looks at him and she says, with all due respect, sir, I have one stripe. It is 2 a.m. in the morning and 20 degrees below zero. I'm stationed in the middle of nowhere and pumping human waste out of a plane. So tell me, sir, what exactly are you going to do to punish me? So with that, I would like to introduce to you all retired Staff Sergeant, United States Air Force, Robina Banks of Alpha Gamma Xi Military Sorority Incorporated.
Ooh, I am nervous. I haven't spoken in front of people since COVID. Today I'm talking to you about finding your community. As she stated earlier, I'm with Alpha Gamma Xi Sorority Incorporated. We are a military sorority. Our mission is to serve women veterans that are homeless, displaced, or in need of additional resources. Does anyone in here know how to meditate? Does anyone in here meditate? Okay, let's do a simple exercise to calm our minds and get us in the right headspace. I'd like you to get comfortable in your chair and relax. Take a deep breath and place your feet flat on the floor, really feeling your feet in contact with the ground underneath you. And just take a few more deep breaths like this for a moment. So I'd like you to start by focusing on your toes. Scrunch them up and then release. Now relax your ankles, calf muscles, knees, and thigh muscles. Remember, let any thoughts you may have float up and away from you in an air bubble. Now relax your buttocks, pelvic area, and begin to notice any tension you may have in your back. Breathe deeply in, and as you breathe out, slowly relax and release any tension you may have in your back. Now your shoulders. Lift them up, and then release completely. Wonderful. Now it's time to relax your neck and jaw muscles. Take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, let go of any tension you're holding in your neck and jaw. Finally, the top of your head. I'd like you to hunch your shoulders up one last time, and as you release your shoulders, any remaining tension can sink down and flow out of you. Wonderful. Take a few more deep breaths and enjoy this feeling of relaxation and calm for a little while longer. I'd like you to now slowly bring your attention back to the room. Begin noticing the sounds around you, and when you're ready, open your eyes. So how are you feeling? Okay. On this slide, I wanted y'all to get up and dance. I had We Are Family, but it's copyright, so I can't play it. But your community becomes your family, and so I can't play the music, but I want to tell you a story about my sorority. In 2020, my mom passed away, August 23rd. 6 hours later, I had to have brain surgery. My sorors, when I came home, I had flowers, cards. They had stones for me to put in the yard. They got a cube with her face etched in it. So it was like, your mom is with you always. And that's my family. Like we take care of each other. We're always there. When one of my sorors' mom passed away in 2018, we got on a plane, went to Vegas to be with her because she was by herself. So your community becomes your family. What is a community? A community is a group of people who are together, who are working towards a common goal, who have the same beliefs and help each other out through the hard times, like I said earlier. Whether you're an introvert or an extrovert, it's human nature to find comfort in community. From the individuals we work with, live with, or spend our free time with, we feel a sense of belonging among different groups of people, and science confirms this. Harvard scientists have found that being a part of a larger group can help individuals feel happier and live more purposeful lives as they age. Similarly, experts from the School of Public Health at the University of California, Berkeley, discovered that community development can help promote well-being in a range of socioeconomic environments. Even though research proves that being part of a community can improve our happiness and mental health, today finding a community can seem harder than ever. While technology has allowed us to connect with like-minded individuals from across the globe, the ease that comes with connecting online can make it more difficult for us to put forth the effort to meet people in person. Finding a community that you connect with takes effort, but most of the effort comes at the beginning. After that, motivation arises naturally along with joy. The first step is often the hardest part, but once you find individuals you feel comfortable around, you can enjoy the benefits that in-person connection has to offer. Finding a community that you connect with takes effort, and I just said that. Gravitate towards your passions. You'll feel better about learning about leaving your comfort zone once you share an interest with those around you. It doesn't take work to force yourself into a group based on someone else's preferences. So you don't want to join a group just because your girlfriend joined the group and it's not really your thing, but she did it, so you're doing it. Choose a group with whom your personality and interests align. So I joined Alpha Gamma Xi. It wasn't, I'm gonna be honest, it wasn't for the sisterhood. It was because of the program of Shiro. Shiro is our program where we help women veterans that are displaced in need of additional resources, like need their bills paid or whatever. We've done a whole bunch of stuff, put people's stuff in storage. But the reason why that program spoke to me was because I was displaced and I had 3 sons, and I didn't identify as a veteran, so I didn't know what I had, what resources I had, because I didn't feel like my service mattered. But once I joined Alpha Gamma Xi, the pride came of being in the military, serving. I didn't serve combat. I think that's why I thought my service didn't matter. But I was always on special training, like the F-22 when it first came out and all that type of stuff. So I didn't serve in combat. I went to Korea first, straight out of tech school, and then I went to Langley, and I was always on special teams, so I never deployed. But now I know that my service matters, and I tell everybody I'm a veteran, you know. Women veterans are underserved, underappreciated, and it is our mission to get our voices heard. We also have a program called SWANS. It's about domestic violence, PTSD, MST, and we also have a program called HOPE, and it's for children. So we try to serve the veteran community overall. Our own worst enemy cannot harm us as much as our unwise thoughts. No one can help us as much as our own compassionate thoughts. So what that means is you have to be easy on yourself. We are hard on ourselves. So give yourself the grace that you give other people. Any questions? Well, my sorors have a table in the next room if you want to learn about Alpha Gamma Xi sorority. You can find me here. Let's get social. And thanks. That's it.
Right here at my iron bones, 'cause I'll take it more than you know, and you cannot break me or shake me down. Go on, take a stab at my heart, sharpen all the knives you got, 'cause I'm bulletproof from a shot, and you won't escape me or fake me.
Thank you so much, Staff Sergeant Banks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we can break for lunch now. We're going to have Lieutenant Colonel, former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard here at 1:30, so if you can all be in your seats sharp at 13:30, that would be wonderful.
I'm not trying to make a sacrifice when I'm dipping in my Sunday best. Bet the Gucci band across my chest, yeah. Look at me now, yeah.
Like, real sad.
You know, as a parent, it breaks my heart to see Jack struggle to understand other people. On video calls, even with his best friend Grady, has a hard time understanding emotions and social cues.
Emojis have been shown in the research to be easier to understand.
How's it going?
Good. Do a mad face.
Jack, it's been really weird since you left.
I miss everyone.
Remember when we were hanging out in the creek and we tried to...
Yeah, and we skipped rocks.
Is that your favorite?
Yeah.
For Jack, I want him to feel understood and to understand other people. Technology to help him do that is a game changer.
Emojis are cool. The happy face emoji and the heart happy face emoji, they help me understand.
I found the PenFed Foundation, and it was the lifeline I needed. When I received the notification that they had assisted us with the mortgage and that weight was off my shoulders, it gave me hope.
It helped me greatly because at the time I was scrambling around. I was extremely worried, nervous because I didn't know. I was having to choose between either feeding my family or paying the rent.
They have a program. You see that it's working. You see that it's effective. The PenFed Foundation, they get it done.
It's hard to explain, but before it was just like, you're an entrepreneur, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know anybody in this field, and then all of a sudden, like, you have this guide, this light at the end of the tunnel that's just like, I know that I can get there.
I was a surface warfare officer.
I'm a military spouse.
I was a sergeant first class in the Army.
I was a staff sergeant in the Air Force.
My wife is a captain in the U.S. Army.
I was a corporal in the Army.
I was a major in the United States Marine Corps.
In July 2021, Amazon committed to hiring 100,000 veterans and military spouses over the next 3 years. We made this public commitment to make it clear that Amazon welcomes the military community. We seek veterans because the values that they learn during their military service are very closely aligned with Amazon's leadership principles. They understand ownership, bias for action, and earned trust. They make great Amazonians.
The thing I love the most about Amazon as a veteran is the opportunity to try things.
Having the opportunity to voice my opinions and be heard and actually make an impact at the end of the day was really big for me.
If you miss being part of a team, if you miss being part of something larger than yourself, then Amazon is a good place for you.
If you want to work in operations or IT or marketing, Amazon has an opportunity and not only has it, but wants veterans and military spouses in these roles. Military spouses find a good home at Amazon and a place to build a long-term career.
As a military spouse, you always want to be with an employer that understands what it means to serve, and I found that at Amazon.
Amazon has multiple ways for veterans to get their foot in the door. Some of those include our apprenticeships. We're typically focused on technical roles or maintenance type roles. You can come into an internship through the Skill Bridge program. There are a myriad of different programs that will allow you to use your skills to find the role that you want at Amazon.
As I found myself transitioning out of the Air Force, I knew nothing about cloud computing. But since this apprenticeship program, I've now been able to learn about the industry as a whole and apply it to the customers that I talk to every day.
I want all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to know that Amazon's commitment to hiring is real. We're out there every day advocating for you, and if you want to get your foot in the door at Amazon, reach out to us and we're here to help.
Amazon has tens of thousands of openings across a wide array of roles. There's a place for you here at Amazon.
I'm a senior sales manager with Amazon Business.
I'm an employment attorney.
I'm a learning area manager.
I'm a sales rep for Amazon Web Services.
I'm currently a program manager.
I'm a program manager at Amazon's military apprenticeship program.
I am a strategic account manager with Amazon Business.
The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation is the commercialization and seed stage economic development driver in the Commonwealth that leads funding, infrastructure, and policy initiatives to support Virginia's innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, and market development strategies. VIPC collaborates with local, regional, state, and federal partners to support the expansion and diversification of Virginia's economy. By connecting innovators with opportunities, VIPC helps to remove the barriers to entry for new company growth and development, helping Virginia get to yes for innovation adoption and job creation in emerging industries. VIPC's strategic initiatives and pilot programs currently lead the nation in unmanned systems and smart community initiatives. The Virginia Unmanned Systems Center at VIPC works with a variety of companies, initiatives, and pilot programs in support of air, land, sea, and space innovation. Ongoing strategic projects include the Smart Community Testbed in Stafford, Virginia, the lab, and VIPC's ongoing partnership with the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate has led to the development and testing of intricate sensor technologies, including flood and fire sensors that help to save lives and reduce the impact of these damaging events. Other smart community initiatives include the nation's first virtual reality workforce development lab that features a unique public-private partnership and provides both services and unique connection opportunities. But the real success of VIPC is our support, mentorship, and engagement with emerging entrepreneurs through VIPC's funding, grant, and investment programs. VIPC is currently celebrating more than 250 companies that have successfully made the arduous journey from innovative idea to sustainable business model. The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation. Connecting innovators with opportunity is our business.
My name is Jack, and I have autism.
Jack just had to move schools this last semester, which has been incredibly difficult.
I love my friends so much, but I don't get to see them anymore.
How does that make you feel?
Sad. Like, real sad.
You know, as a parent, it breaks my heart to see Jack struggle to understand other people. On video calls, even with his best friend Grady, has a hard time understanding emotions and social cues.
Emojis have been shown in the research to be easier to understand.
Hey!
Hey!
How's it going?
Good! Do a mad face. Jack, it's been really weird since you left.
I miss everyone.
Remember when we were hanging out in the creek and we tried to...
Yeah, and we skipped rocks?
Is that your favorite?
Yeah!
For Jack, I want him to feel understood and to understand other people. Technology to help him do that is a game changer.
Emojis are cool. The happy face emoji and the heart happy face emoji, they help me understand.
I found the PenFed Foundation, and it was the lifeline I needed. When I received the notification that they had assisted us with the mortgage and that weight was off my shoulders, it gave me hope.
He helped me greatly because at the time I was scrambling around. I was extremely worried, nervous because I didn't know. I was having to choose between either feeding my family or paying the rent.
They have a program. You see that it's working. You see that it's effective. The PenFed Foundation, they get it done.
It's hard to explain, but before it was just like, you're an entrepreneur, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know anybody in this field, and then all of a sudden, like, you have this guide, this light at the end of the tunnel that's just like, I know that I can get there.
I was a surface warfare officer.
I'm a military spouse.
I was a sergeant first class in the Army.
I was a staff sergeant in the Air Force.
My wife is a captain in the U.S. Army.
I was a corporal in the Army.
I was a major in the United States Marine Corps.
In July 2021, Amazon committed to hiring 100,000 veterans and military spouses over the next 3 years. We made this public commitment to make it clear that Amazon welcomes the military community. We seek veterans because the values that they learn during their military service are very closely aligned with Amazon's leadership principles. They understand ownership, bias for action, and earn trust. They make great Amazonians.
The thing I love the most about Amazon as a veteran is the opportunity to try things.
Having the opportunity to voice my opinions and be heard and actually make an impact at the end of the day was really big for me.
If you miss being part of a team, if you miss being part of something larger than yourself, then Amazon is a good place for you.
If you want to work in operations or IT or marketing, Amazon has an opportunity, and not only has it, but wants veterans and military spouses in these roles. Military spouses find a good home at Amazon and a place to build a long-term career.
As a military spouse, you always want to be with an employer that understands what it means to serve, and I found that at Amazon.
Amazon has multiple ways for veterans to get their foot in the door. Some of those include our apprenticeships. We're typically focused on technical roles or maintenance type roles. You can come into an internship through the Skill Bridge program. There are a myriad of different programs that will allow you to use your skills to find the role that you want at Amazon.
As I found myself transitioning out of the Air Force, I knew nothing about cloud computing. But since this apprenticeship program, I've now been able to learn about the industry as a whole and apply it to the customers that I talk to every day.
I want all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to know that Amazon's commitment to hiring is real. We're out there every day advocating for you, and if you want to get your foot in the door at Amazon, reach out to us and we're here to help.
Amazon has tens of thousands of openings across a wide array of roles. There's a place for you here at Amazon.
I'm a senior sales manager with Amazon Business.
I'm an employment attorney.
I'm a learning area manager.
I'm a sales rep for Amazon Web Services.
I'm currently a program manager.
I'm a program manager at Amazon's military apprenticeship program.
I am a strategic account manager with Amazon Business.
Excuse me, can I have your attention, please? We've just learned some very exciting news. Governor Glenn Youngkin will be here in about 14 minutes. So he's going to speak to everybody. So if we can just make sure we're all seated and ready for him. Thanks.
The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation is the commercialization and seed stage economic development driver in the Commonwealth that leads funding, infrastructure, and policy initiatives to support Virginia's innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, and market development strategies. VIPC collaborates with local, regional, state, and federal partners to support the expansion and diversification of Virginia's economy. By connecting innovators with opportunities, VIPC helps to remove the barriers to entry for new company growth and development, helping Virginia get to yes for innovation adoption and job creation in emerging industries. VIPC's strategic initiatives and pilot programs currently lead the nation in unmanned systems and smart community initiatives. The Virginia Unmanned Systems Center at VIPC works with a variety of companies, initiatives, and pilot programs in support of air, land, sea, and space innovation. Ongoing strategic projects include the Smart Community Testbed in Stafford, Virginia. The lab and VIPC's ongoing partnership with the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate has led to the development and testing of intricate sensor technologies, including flood and fire sensors that help to save lives and reduce the impact of these damaging events. Other smart community initiatives include the nation's first virtual reality workforce development lab that features a unique public-private partnership and provides both services and unique connection opportunities. But the real success of VIPC is our support, mentorship, and engagement with emerging entrepreneurs through VIPC's funding, grant, and investment programs. VIPC is currently celebrating more than 250 companies that have successfully made the arduous journey from innovative idea to sustainable business model. The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation. Connecting innovators with opportunity is our business.
My name is Jack, and I have autism.
Jack just had to move schools this last semester, which has been incredibly difficult.
I love my friends so much, but I don't get to see them anymore.
How does that make you feel?
Sad. Like, real sad.
As a parent, it breaks my heart to see Jack struggle to understand other people. And video calls, even with his best friend Grady, has a hard time understanding emotions and social cues.
Emojis have been shown in the research to be easier to understand.
Hey!
Hey!
How's it going?
Good! Do a mad face.
Jack, it's been really weird since you left.
I miss everyone.
Remember when we were hanging out in the creek and we tried to...
Yeah, and we skipped rocks?
Is that your favorite?
Yeah!
For Jack, I want him to feel understood and to understand other people. Technology to help him do that is a game changer.
Emojis are cool. The happy face emoji and the heart happy face emoji, they help me understand.
I found the PenFed Foundation, and it was the lifeline I needed. When I received the notification that they had assisted us with the mortgage and that weight was off my shoulders, it gave me hope.
It helped me greatly because at the time I was scrambling around. I was extremely worried, nervous because I didn't know. I was having to choose between either feeding my family or paying the rent.
They have a program. You see that it's working. You see that it's effective. The PenFed Foundation, they get it done.
It's hard to explain, but before it was just like, you're an entrepreneur, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know anybody in this field, and then all of a sudden, like, you have this guide, this light at the end of the tunnel that's just like, I know that I can get there.
I was a surface warfare officer.
I'm a military spouse.
I was a sergeant first class in the Army.
I was a staff sergeant in the Air Force.
My wife is a captain in the U.S. Army.
I was a corporal in the Army.
I was a major in the United States Marine Corps.
In July 2021, Amazon committed to hiring 100,000 veterans and military spouses over the next 3 years. We made this public commitment to make it clear that Amazon welcomes the military community. We seek veterans because the values that they learned during their military service are very closely aligned with Amazon's leadership principles. They understand ownership, bias for action, and earn trust. They make great Amazonians.
The thing I love the most about Amazon as a veteran is the opportunity to try things.
Having the opportunity to voice my opinions and be heard and actually make an impact at the end of the day was really big for me.
If you miss being part of a team, if you miss being part of something larger than yourself, then Amazon is a good place for you.
If you want to work in operations or IT or marketing, Amazon has an opportunity, and not only has it, but wants veterans and military spouses in these roles. Military spouses find a good home at Amazon and a place to build a long-term career.
As a military spouse, you always want to be with an employer that understands what it means to serve, and I found that at Amazon.
Amazon has multiple ways for veterans to get their foot in the door. Some of those include our apprenticeships. We're typically focused on technical roles or maintenance type roles. You can come into an internship through the Skill Bridge program. There are a myriad of different programs that will allow you to use your skills to find the role that you want at Amazon.
As I found myself transitioning out of the Air Force, I knew nothing about cloud computing. But since this apprenticeship program, I've now been able to learn about the industry as a whole and apply it to the customers that I talk to every day.
I want all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to know that Amazon's commitment to hiring is real. We're out there every day advocating for you, and if you want to get your foot in the door at Amazon, reach out to us and we're here to help.
Amazon has tens of thousands of openings across a wide array of roles. There's a place for you here at Amazon.
I'm a senior sales manager with Amazon Business.
I'm an employment attorney.
I'm a learning area manager.
I'm a sales rep for Amazon Web Services.
I'm currently a program manager.
I'm a program manager at Amazon's military apprenticeship program.
I am a strategic account manager with Amazon Business.
The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation is the commercialization and seed stage economic development driver in the Commonwealth that leads funding, infrastructure, and policy initiatives to support Virginia's innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, and market development strategies. VIPC collaborates with local, regional, state, and federal partners to support the expansion and diversification of Virginia's economy. By connecting innovators with opportunities, VIPC helps to remove the barriers to entry for new company growth and development, helping Virginia Get to Yes for innovation adoption and job creation in emerging industries. VIPC's strategic initiatives and pilot programs currently lead the nation in unmanned systems and smart community initiatives. The Virginia Unmanned Systems Center at VIPC works with a variety of companies, initiatives, and pilot programs in support of air, land, sea, and space innovation. Ongoing strategic projects include the Smart Community Testbed in Stafford, Virginia, the lab, and VIPC's ongoing partnership with the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate has led to the development and testing of intricate sensor technologies, including flood and fire sensors that help to save lives and reduce the impact of these damaging events. Other smart community initiatives include the nation's first virtual reality workforce development lab that features a unique public-private partnership and provides both services and unique connection opportunities. But the real success of VIPC is our support, mentorship, and engagement with emerging entrepreneurs through VIPC's funding, grant, and investment programs. VIPC is currently celebrating more than 250 companies that have successfully made the arduous journey from innovative idea to sustainable business model. The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation. Connecting innovators with opportunity is our business.
My name is Jack, and I have autism.
Jack just had to move schools this last semester, which has been incredibly difficult.
I love my friends so much, but I don't get to see them anymore.
How does that make you feel?
Sad. Like, real sad.
As a parent, it breaks my heart to see Jack struggle to understand other people. On video calls, even with his best friend Grady, has a hard time understanding emotions and social cues.
Emojis have been shown in the research to be easier to understand.
Hey!
Hey!
How's it going?
Good! Do a mad face.
Jack, it's been really weird since you left.
I miss everyone.
Remember when we were hanging out in the creek and we tried to...
Yeah, and we skipped rocks?
Is that your favorite?
Yeah!
For Jack, I want him to feel understood and to understand other people. Technology to help him do that is a game changer.
Emojis are cool. The happy face emoji and the heart happy face emoji, they help me understand.
I found the PenFed Foundation, and it was the lifeline I needed. When I received the notification that they had assisted us with the mortgage and that weight was off my shoulders, it gave me hope.
He helped me greatly because at the time I was scrambling around. I was extremely worried, nervous because I didn't know. I was having to choose between either feeding my family or paying the rent.
They have a program. You see that it's working. You see that it's effective. The PenFed Foundation, they get it done.
It's hard to explain, but before it was just like, you're an entrepreneur, you don't know what you're doing, you don't know anybody in this field, and then all of a sudden, like, you have this guide, this light at the end of the tunnel that's just like, I know that I can get there.
I was a surface warfare officer.
I'm a military spouse.
I was a sergeant first class in the Army.
I was a staff sergeant in the Air Force.
My wife is a captain in the U.S. Army.
I was a corporal in the Army.
I was a major in the United States Marine Corps.
In July 2021, Amazon committed to hiring 100,000 veterans and military spouses over the next 3 years. We made this public commitment to make it clear that Amazon welcomes the military community. We seek veterans because the values that they learn during their military service are very closely aligned with Amazon's leadership principles. They understand ownership, bias for action, and earn trust. They make great Amazonians.
The thing I love the most about Amazon as a veteran is the opportunity to try things.
Having the opportunity to voice my opinions and be heard and actually make an impact at the end of the day was really big for me.
If you miss being part of a team, if you miss being part of something larger than yourself, then Amazon is a good place for you.
If you want to work in operations or IT or marketing, Amazon has an opportunity, and not only has it, but wants veterans and military spouses in these roles. Military spouses find a good home at Amazon and a place to build a long-term career.
As a military spouse, you always want to be with an employer that understands what it means to serve, and I found that at Amazon.
Amazon has multiple ways for veterans to get their foot in the door. Some of those include our apprenticeships. We're typically focused on technical roles or maintenance type roles. You can come into an internship through the Skill Bridge program. There are a myriad of different programs that will allow you to use your skills to find the role that you want at Amazon.
As I found myself transitioning out of the Air Force, I knew nothing about cloud computing. But since this apprenticeship program, I've now been able to learn about the industry as a whole and apply it to the customers that I talk to every day.
I want all veterans, transitioning service members, and military spouses to know that Amazon's commitment to hiring is real. We're out there every day advocating for you, and if you want to get your foot in the door at Amazon, reach out to us and we're here to help.
Amazon has tens of thousands of openings across a wide array of roles. There's a place for you here at Amazon.
I'm a senior sales manager with Amazon Business.
I'm an employment attorney.
I'm a learning area manager.
I'm a sales rep for Amazon Web Services.
I'm currently a program manager.
I'm a program manager at Amazon's military apprenticeship program.
I am a strategic account manager with Amazon Business.
The Virginia Innovation Partnership Corporation is the commercialization and seed stage economic development driver in the Commonwealth that leads funding, infrastructure, and policy initiatives to support Virginia's innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, and market development strategies. VIPC collaborates with local, regional, state, and federal partners to support the expansion and diversification of Virginia's economy. By connecting innovators with opportunities, VIPC helps to remove the barriers to entry for new company growth and development, helping Virginia get to yes for innovation adoption and job creation in emerging industries. VIPC's strategic initiatives and pilot programs currently lead the nation in unmanned systems and smart community initiatives. The Virginia Unmanned Systems Center at VIPC works with a variety of companies, initiatives, and pilot programs in support of air, land, sea, and space innovation. Ongoing strategic projects include the Smart Community Testbed in Stafford, Virginia, the lab, and VIPC's ongoing partnership with the Department of Homeland Security's Science and Technology Directorate has led to the development and testing of intricate sensor technologies, including flood and fire sensors that help to save lives and reduce the impact of these damaging events. Other smart community initiatives include the nation's first virtual reality workforce.
Oh, it's fine, it's fine. No, ma'am. Sir, do you want to introduce the governor or do you want me to? Ladies and a few gentlemen, nice to see you again. I hope you're enjoying your lunch. It appears that my main role here is to introduce people, and so I'm going to do that again. You saw the better half already, but now I want to introduce you to the 74th Governor of Virginia, His Excellency, Glenn Youngkin. Sir.
Never say never, cut like a diamond, shine under pressure. Oh, it's time to fire on up. Oh, it's time to fire on up.
Hello. Thank you so much. Commissioner Gade, thank you for all of your leadership. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your leadership. And ladies and few gentlemen, thank you for letting me crash your party. I just wanted to come by and say hello. I have to tell you, I was so excited to know that this was going on today and that you all were coming together for two big reasons. One, who you are, and second of all, what you are doing and going to do for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So let me start with who you are. Virginia was built, our nation was built, and our future will rest upon our veterans. I have to tell you, it will. It will. And the women veterans in Virginia play such an extraordinary role in carrying that important, heavy burden going forward of the role of our veterans into the future of Virginia. Why? Because of the fact that, one, there's so many of you. There are so many of you in Virginia. Second of all, because of the values, the training, the commitment, and the sacrifice that all of you have made and therefore can bring with you in your leadership roles, in your families, in our communities, your businesses that you work in or have started and led, and most importantly, for all of the relationships that look to all of you for standards. What do we believe? What are we in fact going to do when things are tough? What are we going to say when there's challenges? And I have to tell you, every day in the Commonwealth of Virginia, I am so encouraged by the fact that we have such an extensive women's veterans population that we can rely on. And so thank you. Thank you. Now you have big opportunities and responsibilities going forward because all of those attributes come together in order to put you at the focus point of so many things that are going to define Virginia's future. When I had the great privilege of being hired by Virginians last year, and that's the way I view it, I was hired. And I thank everyone every day for giving me the tremendous opportunity, and my lovely wife Suzanne, who you met earlier, the tremendous opportunity to go to work for all of you. We in fact felt so strongly that one of the areas that Virginia, I think, has slipped a bit is appreciating and recognizing the contributions of, but more importantly, the opportunities for our veterans. And so that's why we went to work right away. First, to begin to relieve the pressure on retirement for veterans. The reality is veterans can choose to go anywhere you want. You're the most sought after population in America today. You come with tremendous skills, tremendous discipline, tremendous character. And so everybody wants you. And Virginia has forgotten how to say thank you and to compete. And so we're one of a handful of states today that taxes our veterans' retirement benefits. And we're going to work now. There's a bill sitting on my desk that will get signed here in the next bit that will begin that process of alleviating up to $40,000 of our veterans' retirement from being taxed. Hugely important. Our second recognition is that one of the challenges for so many veteran families is, in fact, raising children, child care. And so we're going to work to make sure that Virginia has what is the very best child care and early education program in America. We've now got a budget that creates substantially more slots. We're working with our federal partners and state partners to particularly make that available to women veterans. We need to recognize that while we love our country, don't make us choose between our children and our country. This is something that we can do together. Third, and incredibly important, are career opportunities. There is nothing more important than that moment when one of our veterans who is active duty and is becoming a veteran makes a decision about where they're going to spend this next chapter of their life. And I want you to do it here in the Commonwealth of Virginia because of the important role that all of you play in Virginia. And so we want career opportunities opened up like never before. Training opportunities to bring your skill set specifically to new and growing industries. Maybe a number of our great women veterans will, in fact, go work at Lego, which we announced today is moving their U.S. manufacturing right here into Chesterfield County. That's pretty exciting. But it's all about opportunities. And we know that between all of you and your families, your spouses, we need to make the credentials that your spouse may bring to Virginia all of a sudden readily acceptable into Virginia so that they don't have to go through training and recertification and get at the end of the line to be at the front of the line. We want to make sure that when you decide to start a business, you in fact don't have to pay fees on all of the forms and required filings to start your business. We want to make sure that we have training programs that specifically reach out to you to find jobs that will allow you to fulfill the next chapter's dreams in your life. That's what it's all about. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for loving the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you for loving the United States of America. And thank you for investing your time to be here to think about what we can collectively do to make the opportunities for women veterans even better in the Commonwealth of Virginia, because we will all be better when our veterans, and particularly our women veterans, choose to stay here. So thank you. God bless you. And I just so look forward to the great work that's coming out of this session and the ideas that will be shared to be brought together so that we can together chart even a better path for Virginia to be the most military-friendly state in America. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Hang on one second. So I want you to know that this was a stop by to say hello, but one of your colleagues has been enthusiastically trying to get my attention, and so I will absolutely take your question. Okay, now you didn't tell me it was 2. You said it was going to be 1. Okay. Thank you so much.
The problem
Bless you both.
Look, my mouth is big enough.
Okay. 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 So, thank you. So, thank you very much. Two quick responses. One, I look forward, and I know that Commissioner Gade and team can get to the specifics of your particular issues with regards to where your taxes are sitting, and so we look forward to that discussion. I think this is a very important one. On license plates, let's get a bill in the next session, and let's get it done. And I can help find someone who will carry that bill for you to create a specific license plate for you all. And I will tell you that our General Assembly and the caucus that represents the military and our veterans and our General Assembly is not Republicans and Democrats. They're Virginians. That's what they are. And so this one is one we will go find someone to help carry that bill.
They look at the husband and they say, "So what's your last four?" He's not the veteran. I'm the one that's being here to be seen.
Mr. Secretary, you're on it. Thank you all very, very much. God bless you.
It's real. I say the struggle reveals how you deal with the monster that's inside you. I don't buy into the luck. I put my faith and my trust in my team. Everything that we done been through. Gasoline in my veins, be the fuel through my pain. Oh, as we rise from the flames. Heart of a lion, never say never. Cut like a diamond, shine under pressure. Oh, it's time to fire on up. Oh, it's time to fire on up. Pound on your chest.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, that was an energetic talk, huh? Well, welcome back, and good news. Okay, our next speaker is going to be up shortly. Do I have time for one last sea story? I'm a sailor. You know I got to tell. Okay, all right. It's a quick one. A few years ago, my husband and I were in the VFW. We listened to an old gunny sergeant expounding on his military career. I did 30 years in the Corps, he said, fought in 3 of my country's wars. Fresh out of boot camp, I hit the beach at Okinawa, clawed my way up the blood-soaked ground, and took out an entire enemy machine gun camp. As a sergeant, I fought in Korea alongside General MacArthur. Excuse me. We pushed back the enemy inch by bloody inch all the way to the border, always under a barrage of artillery and small arm fires. Finally, as a gunny sergeant, I did 3 consecutive combat tours of Vietnam. We humped through the mud and razor grass for 14 hours a day, plagued by rain, mosquitoes, ducking under sniper fire all day, and mortar fire at night. It was hell until the day I retired. Well, what do you say to that? I just looked at him and said, all shore duty, huh? Okay, With that, I'd like to welcome up next Seda Goff. She is with PenFed Foundation. The mission of the PenFed Foundation is to provide service members, veterans, their families, and support networks with the skills and resources they need to build a strong financial future. So with that,
Thank you so much. I was thinking about what kind of walkout music would I have wanted if I could request one. And I was thinking, girls run the world, right? That's my daughter's pump-up music as we're going to school, so she loves it. So thank you so much for the opportunity to chat with you today. I am from the PenFed Foundation. We were established just after 9/11 to help with financial assistance for those that were affected at the Pentagon from the terrorist attacks that day on 9/11. And since then have helped families, the military-connected families, caregivers, most recently our Afghan partners resettle here in the United States. And over the last few years, we've specifically started working with veteran entrepreneurs. So the Veteran Entrepreneur Investment Program started in 2018, and with the specific focus on helping veteran entrepreneurs access capital. That was one of the biggest issues that a number of different studies from IVMF to other NAVSO studies have shown is a barrier of entry as you are going into starting your own business. And our program is built on 3 lines of operation: educate, prepare, invest. In our Educate line of operation, we publish a top cities for veteran entrepreneurs list every year. And we've done this for 3 years in conjunction with Edelman Intelligence. We are incredibly excited that this year, the DC metropolitan area, including Northern Virginia, made #1. So out of over 390 cities reviewed. So congratulations. So some of the factors that we were looking at during that study include livability, the ability to start a business, the growing economy, and then the resources for veterans. So thank you so much to all our political leaders that came today and representatives that bring these services to us to make the DC, Virginia area #1. So we appreciate that. And then in our Prepare line of operation, we have a master's program. So for those of you out there that are growing your business and are soon to go after your first institutional capital, this is a fundraising accelerator to help you guys go out to angel investors and VCs and be prepared for that. We do this twice a year. We have 10 companies per cohort. We've already helped 40 companies over the last 2 years, veteran-owned, grow their business and get funded. And that's really been a big difference for them. And then finally, we do invest. So we have the very first venture capital fund coming out of a veteran service organization. What does that mean? Is that we're putting money to work. And we have people that want to bet on veteran entrepreneurs because you all are the best. You have the grit, you have the drive, you have the problem solving, communication, leadership. That's what everybody wants to put their money behind. And the best part about our fund is that any time a veteran entrepreneur has an opportunity to give us our earnings from that investment, that money immediately goes back out to another veteran. So the success of one veteran entrepreneur begets the opportunities for the successes of others. So we're very excited about that. And we get asked a lot, why veterans? Like, why do you guys invest in veterans? Why is the PenFed Foundation investing in veteran entrepreneurs? Veteran entrepreneurs are 30% more likely to hire other veterans and military spouses than their non-veteran counterparts. They are also more likely to give back to their communities, whether that be their geographic communities or their military communities. So there is a second and third order effect of investing in a veteran entrepreneur. You have that massive ripple effect as you go along. Governor Youngkin mentioned something very quickly that I want to make sure that you guys heard him say, is that he said that coming down the pike for this budget season is that they will be waiving business registration fees for veterans, I believe is what he said. I'm getting a nod. This is a huge opportunity. We saw this work in the state of Texas, and the number of veteran businesses skyrocketed. So if you guys are interested in starting a business, you have a great opportunity coming down the pike. And the other big part about veteran entrepreneurship is this sense of service. You went into the military with this sense of service. We heard a lot of these stories already this morning, but that's what also brings people to entrepreneurship. So I'm gonna take one quick moment from like my normal spiel, and can I be a mom for a second? You guys good with that? So I'm gonna, you know, us moms, we brag on our kids. I'm gonna brag on my kids for a second here. So my daughter, she's 5. I have a son who's 4. My 5-year-old just lost her first tooth recently. And she's so excited. She's weirdly has had a tooth fairy doll for years. So she got her, I know we overpaid, but we gave her $10 for that first tooth. She already lost a second tooth and it's already gone down to $5. Like, that's a first tooth type of thing. So this was just before Memorial Day weekend, and she said, you know, we kept talking about this whole lemonade stand concept to her for a while now, and she said, you know, it's going to be really hot this weekend. I'd like to start a lemonade stand for this weekend because everybody's going to be very hot and they're going to want cold lemonade. I said, okay. She goes, I have $10. Can I use my tooth fairy money? Yes. And we had recently gone down to a town fair, and she had seen the local American Legion tent, and they'd given her these poppy flowers, and she said, I want to give my money to the American Legion. She said soldiers. She goes, I want to give my money to the soldiers, any money I make. And we said, okay. She set up her booth. She made the lemonade free for a donation. And she ended up collecting $120.10. And we were very excited. And then she brought it down to the tent because it was still Memorial Day weekend and the fair was going on, and they were very excited, and they actually invited her and her brother, because she employed her brother to sell cupcakes, though he ate most of them. So, you know, this sense of service she started off by saying, I want to help because it's very hot. 2, I want to help because this is the right thing to do. And she was so excited about it. And all of these things is what brings people to serve in the military, to serve their customers, to serve the people in their community around them, and that's where entrepreneurship really lies. During this event in 2019, we had helped this group hold a pitch competition, and the woman who won is a woman named Susie Mills. And Susie Mills, after leaving Air Force duty and her deployment in Afghanistan, came home, and to help herself heal as well as others, she started teaching yoga. And she started literally in her basement, and now has grown to 5 brick and mortars, both here in Virginia and in Texas, and has started an online yoga platform, kind of like the Peloton for yoga, and is already just signed the paperwork to start franchising to others who want to open yoga studios. And she came and pitched on this stage. We had an opportunity to invest in her, and she's grown exponentially since 2019 through the pandemic. She not only made it through, she thrived, she grew, and she hired more people. The majority of her staff and her yoga instructors are military spouses. She finds that they are, and every time they move and they PCS, she says, well, do we want to open up a yoga studio in where you just opened or where you just moved to? So there's a great opportunity here. And to tell you more about that, so female entrepreneurship over the last 6 to 10 years, specifically recently, is growing at 21%. That's 2 times more than the national average. So women are opening more businesses. Female veteran entrepreneurship is growing 295%. That's over 400,000 businesses here in the United States started by and founded by female veteran entrepreneurs. I couldn't find this statistic specific to female veteran entrepreneurs, but female entrepreneurs, of all the investment capital that has been deployed in that period of time, less than 2% has gone to female-founded companies. That's a big gap, and that's not okay. And we need to start making changes to that. We need to start supporting each other. We need to be there to buy from each other, to listen to each other, to invest in each other. That's only on us. And the more we go pitch to investment groups, loan departments, because female veteran entrepreneurs are actually also less likely to get a bank loan than their male counterparts. So go out. If you are going out and pitching, they will put people on the other side of the table to listen to you. Nobody likes leaving money on the table. Well, there's a whole lot. We have forms for that. And we're in there. We have a whole forum. We have social media. But what I want to get to first is enough about me. Let's talk about you. Who here who is a female veteran, woman veteran with a business? Raise your hand. Okay, keep your hand raised. All right. You're going to need to move to another table, because what I want you to do is I want you to tell everybody at your table what your business is and how they can get in contact with you if they're interested in buying from you. So take 2 minutes right now and tell your table mates what you do. Okay, we're doing this so that you can support your fellow sisters in their journeys in entrepreneurship. That you can maybe potentially help them if they're coming across a challenge. You can help do an introduction. You can help their businesses grow. All right. I have somebody out in the audience. Katie, say hi.
Hello, everybody.
There it is. She is going to find a couple folks around the room to tell us what they do to the whole group. Who is interested in standing up and telling everybody what they do?
First, we have Ms.
one there, and then one across over there. So you go, stand up.
Hi, my name is Penny Smith, retired Army vet. I started out really on Facebook. I'm still on Facebook. I also have a YouTube channel. It's called Let's Talk About It. We have a lot of young women and men that's going through a lot in the world now. So I talk to them, I mentor them. I mostly have them to give me subjects that they're going through, things that they're going through to help them get through their grieving. You know, we got a lot of young kids out here that's shooting, getting shot. I do a lot of that, and I go and speak to people about it and help mentor people to get them through their grieving. And also, I graduate in December with my master in clinical mental health counseling.
Great, thank you. All right, we had a couple more over here. I think this woman right here. Just go ahead and stand up, ma'am. Real quick.
How many of you have been told you should write a book? We've got great stories, people. I'm Dawn Brotherton with Blue Dragon Publishing, and I help a writer's dream become a reality. So I coach people that want to self-publish or get ready to pitch to a traditional publisher, and I just help you through the process.
Okay, we have one more. I think we saw somebody over there in that corner. Yep.
I'm Rachel Featherstone, and I'm a dual certified nurse practitioner of women's health and psychiatry. When the pandemic hit, I saw that there were lots of moms and lots of parents who were really suffering. So I started an online practice so that people could get the care they needed, both for mental health and for sexual health, from the comfort of their home. It's really hard when you feel like you go to your psychiatrist and they don't quite understand it and don't want to talk about sex, or you go to your OBGYN and they can't really treat your depression, but that's what's impacting your relationship. And so I work with a lot of parents, a lot of women postpartum, and people in pregnancy who are concerned about what to do with their psychiatric medication. And I also work with a lot of the LGBTQ community in Idaho and Virginia, and that's a really good story why.
And hey, Rachel, good to see you again. She went through one of our programs. Okay, so we have those three people. Now, everything's about supporting, right? We're all here to support each other. And what we do is we help you access capital. So we're gonna have those three people stand up real quick, and we're gonna, by applause, we're going to give one of them a $1,000 grant to go toward their business to help them grow their business and access capital. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna support these women, and by applause, we'll see which one has the highest or the loudest set of applause. All right, we'll start in the back of the room. All right. Yes, ma'am. Right here. Rachel. What do you guys think? Okay. Okay, all three. Make sure that Katie has your information if she hasn't gotten it already. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time. If you want to reach us, our information is at PenFedFoundation.org. Thank you. PenFedFoundation.org. Yep. Or in the little convention exhibit area. Thank you.
Thank you, Seda. Up next, I'm honored to welcome a very special guest with us today. Former Congresswoman and 2020 presidential candidate, Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard, a combat veteran with deployments to the Middle East and Africa. She currently serves as a Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves, working as a civil affairs officer. Having experienced firsthand the true cost of war, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard ran for United States Congress at age 31, vowing to honor the lives and sacrifice of her brothers and sisters in uniform. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi Gabbard.
Aloha. Yes, I'm from Hawaii. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. Thank you, Commissioner Gade, for inviting me to join you and your entire team that has made this day possible. And most of all, to all of my sisters in arms who are here, thank you for your service. I had the opportunity recently to speak to a group of young women service members out in Hawaii, out at Pearl Harbor, Hickam, and one of the last questions, this is just before Memorial Day, and one of the last questions that was asked of me was from a young female NCO saying, you know, I always feel uncomfortable when people tell me thank you for your service. Like, what do I say? You're welcome? No big deal? Like, she's like, I don't know what to say. And so she asked me what I say. And I told her, I say the truth about how I feel, which is, it is my privilege. And as all of you know, it truly is a privilege to have worn or to continue to wear the cloth of this country. We have someone here in uniform today. Why is it a privilege? Because no matter where we come from, no matter what our backgrounds are, our individual stories and experiences, by wearing that uniform and proudly displaying that flag, we are the embodiment and the examples of what our country represents. The values, the principles, the foundation of America. Not only here at home, but as we go and we serve in other countries in the world. Other countries that look to America as this shining light, as this beacon of freedom and democracy where the people's voices matter. We are not a perfect country. We continue to strive towards that most perfect union. But it is our men and women in uniform who have served across generations that best represent that, no matter where we go. Now, there's no question that we live in a different time now. Dan and I had a chance to sit down before this, and we were talking a little bit about how things used to be and how things are now, where as a country we're facing a terribly divided time, where in Congress, where I served for 8 years, there are fewer people who have worn the uniform now serving in the halls of power in Washington than ever before in history. That has an impact. This is not a partisan impact. It has an impact on the mindset, the mentality, and the motivation of those who are charged with the responsibility and privilege of serving the American people. And too many of them are more focused on getting reelected, getting more power, or serving their own selfish interests or padding their pockets than they are with fulfilling that same oath of office that every one of them take, that every one of us has taken. That oath to support and defend the Constitution. It saddens me to see how many of my former colleagues are so easily and willing to throw the Constitution under the bus, to talk about freedom as though it is something disposable, when really that is the principle and the foundation that unites us. It saddens me to see people abusing their positions of power to divide us as Americans, to use identity politics to tear us apart, saying because you're part of one tribe and you're part of another tribe, your arrows should be pointed at each other rather than standing together as Americans, as one nation under God. When we look at what's happening in the country, it all kind of stems back to the core of the problem, which is we have people who are charged to serve the country who are only interested in serving themselves. And this is why all of you matter. This is why our brothers and sisters in arms matter across the country. Because that oath that we take, it doesn't just go away when you lay the uniform down. It's not a temporary thing. It's something that we hold near and dear in our hearts wherever we go. And so wherever we go, we can continue to be that example, continue to be that voice for freedom, that voice and picture of America, because that's really what binds us together. What binds us together? How do we come together as a country? Where do we find those glimmers of hope so we can kind of get back to a place of unity and sanity and common sense? I started out our conversation by saying aloha. Doesn't mean hello, even though that's how we use it. The reason why people from Hawaii greet each other with aloha is because of the really deep, powerful meaning of the word. What aloha really means is I come to you with an open heart, and I recognize that regardless of the color of our skin, or religion, ethnicity, social status, education, all of these labels that kind of describe who we are, aloha recognizes that we are all children of God, that we are all connected, that we're all brothers and sisters, and that when we start our conversation, we meet and greet each other with aloha, we can just set aside all the crap, all the noise, all the labels, all the boxes, and just connect with who we really are. And then have that constructive conversation going forward. It's not to say we're going to agree on everything. Nobody does. Whether in your personal relationships, your friendships, or your professional life, it's about recognizing who we are and what's most important. And even when you walk away from that conversation still disagreeing, you walk away saying aloha because I respect you. And I respect our freedom as individuals, our God-given freedom of free will, freedom of choice, free speech, the ability to peaceably protest, freedom to worship, these freedoms that are enshrined in our Constitution. And when we treat each other with respect based on that, our real identity and who we are, that's where we find hope, that's where we find strength, that's where we find courage, that's where we find that light that can guide us forward. One of the challenging things that I see across the country now is as we talk about freedom in the Constitution, there's a lot of people, too many people in the country who don't know what the Constitution is, never read it. Am I wrong? No. Talk about the Bill of Rights, they're like, what is that? Is that a bill Congress passed, or? I flew here from New York a couple of days ago, and I went through the TSA checkpoint, got to the checkpoint, gave the TSA agent there my Hawaii driver's license, as I do, and she took one look at it, and she's like, do you have a passport? This is a true story, I'm not joking. And I looked at her, and I just said, nope, just my driver's license. She said, no, we don't accept IDs from other countries. Totally serious. Not a little crook of a smile on her face. She's like, we don't accept ID cards from foreign countries. She's a young woman, and I said, oh, okay, well, Hawaii is the 50th state in America. She didn't believe me. She kept looking at my ID card. She's like, I don't think we can take this. And so she looked to her partner at the kiosk over, and he was trying to help her out respectfully. He's like, okay, hey, ma'am, why don't you come over here? Let me take a look at it. And so he went, and he looked real hard at it, put it in his little machine, and it beeped, and looked at it again for another minute. And then finally he's like, okay, you can go. I wanted to laugh, but it's sad. Exactly. It's sad. When you look at kind of the basic things that we take for granted, like everybody knows there's 50 states in the country, right? Adults at least. Don't most people want to go to Hawaii? I don't know. But that's how I felt when I walked away. I felt sad. So, when we're talking about kind of Civics 101 and how to get people engaged in the process and to care about, local issues, statewide issues, national issues that do impact all of us, regardless of political party, we got some work to do. We got a lot of work to do, exactly. But that's okay. That's okay. The first step to solving a problem is being able to identify it. And no one is better in our communities, in our state, in the country to do that than veterans. Because when you go out and you speak to people, you're not talking about these basic fundamentals in a theoretical fashion because somebody told you should care about it. These are things that are viscerally part of who we are. And your ability to impact and influence, inform, and engage with people should not be underestimated. The power of your voice, the power of your experience, both the ones that were not so great but you learned a lot of lessons, as well as the ones that were great and you learned some other lessons. I was so happy to see how many of you raised your hands when you were asked how many of you've been told you should write a book. Your voices and experiences matter and will have impact far beyond your imagination. Don't underestimate that because we live in a time where our country needs you. Our country needs you. Our country needs veterans who know what it's like to lead under pressure, who know how to make a decision, who know how to work as a member of a team that puts country before self. We need courageous, fearless leaders who are ready to say, "Follow me," who are ready to continue that service. When I was deployed to Iraq in 2005, we were in a camp in Balad, LSA Anaconda. I don't know if any of you were there. There you go. At the north gate of that camp, and you might remember this, there was a huge, huge sign at that gate. I don't know who put it there, but it was one of the things that I first noticed when I got there. I was walking around. I served in a medical unit at that time, and that was the main gate that our infantry units used as they went out on their daily patrols. And this sign read in big block letters, "Is today the day?" Is today the day? It really hit me, and it hit me every time I saw it. It was that everyday reminder that none of us knows when our time will come. And it's as true there as it is for us here. We had a chaplain who was from American Samoa, very cheerful, happy-go-lucky guy, who would often remind us with a big smile on his face, "Tulsi, if it's your time, it's your time. If it's not your time, it's not your time. Relax." He was wonderful, but his words were really powerful. And the reflections that I had there and that I continue to keep close with me as I think about our brothers and sisters who did not come home, whose time came, and who sacrificed all for our country. My reflection and meditation is on how am I using my time? Every day that I wake up and my eyes open and I can take a breath, the challenge for myself is how can I best be of service? How can I best honor those who didn't come home? How can I best continue to find ways to make that positive impact? And so for any of you who are thinking, how can I best serve? How can I best make that impact? Can I make an impact given the challenges that we face? The answer to that is yes. We may not know exactly the path forward or where it may lead or how it will end, but that doesn't matter so much as being the one that stands up and says, "I'm here to serve." You know, we're reminded by the incredible verse from Isaiah 6:8, where he says, "I heard the voice of the Lord, whom shall I send, who will go for us?" I said, "Here I am, send me." That volunteer to serve, Isaiah's volunteer to serve, is the same call to action that you all have answered in your own lives, and that I hope you will continue to seek and find ways to answer. Because just like your country needed you then, your country needs you now. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Aloha. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us today. It's important to have women like you leading the way and showing the world that it is possible to break through these barriers that we women find ourselves in. For our next roundtable discussion, our speakers are Laura Hatcher of Laura Hatcher Photography and Jamie Vanek Turner, Strategic Technologies. These ladies will explore and discuss some ways to combat the glass ceiling and make strides to remove it.
All day, all night, you know we got it like that, got it like that. All
so I split it. Everybody solid, worldwide, now I'm trending. On that hot topic, touchdown, now I'm winning. How they gon' stop it? We the talk of the town. Look at me now, up in a way, we in the clouds. We set it all every time we get involved. You could let them know if they forget it, cause we got it all day, all night. You know we got it like that, got it like that. All night, yeah. You know we got it like that, got it like that. We coming up, oh yeah, we coming up, oh yeah, we coming up, oh yeah, we coming up. All day, all night, yeah. You know we got it like that, got it like that. Packed out in the front row, light flex, yeah. Welcome to the gun show. We done been coast to coast, seen a whole map. If you got it, let them know and never hold back. Hey, it's all facts, it's no cap, yeah. From the burbs, to the trap, hey. We set it all every time we get involved. You could let them know if they forget it, cause we got it all day.
Okay, I apologize. It'll be just a moment. Laura and Jamie will be joining us shortly, so just please stay in your seats. It'll just be a moment. Thanks.
And we're actually going to take just a moment for photo opportunities. If you want to gather over on the right-hand side of the room, we'll take just a moment for photos, and then we'll get back to the program. Thank you.
You know we got it like that, got it like that.
I can't explain it. I got a feeling I've been
watch me go. I got the voice and I got that flow. For all the girls, gotta let them know. We the ones that run this show. We been around the block, not in it for the rock. I'm in it for my paper. Hey, you ain't gonna make me stop. Got that vibe, got that vibe, yeah, I ain't petty. Looking fly, looking fly, looking fly, yeah, they ain't ready. I can shine, I can shine, I can shine. I'ma do what I'm made to do. I'ma do what I'm made to do. I ain't worried about the numbers, I ain't focused on the past. I've been singing from my soul and I've been trying to get you facts. There is only one of me. That's all is all I need. I'm real, better watch me go. I got the voice and I got that flow. For all the girls, better let them know. We the ones that run this show. We been around the block, not in it for the rock. I'm in it for my paper. Hey, you ain't gonna make me stop. I'm on another level. I got that retro swag. I got the crew assembled. Lead the ensemble cast. Don't need my script approved. I don't play with union rules. Yeah, I got that new school hype. I don't fit no archetype. Got that vibe, yeah, I ain't petty. Looking fly, looking fly, looking fine, yeah, they ain't ready. I can shine, I can shine, I can shine. I'ma do what I'm made to do. I'ma do what I'm made to do. I ain't worried about the numbers, I ain't focused on the past. I've been singing from my soul and I've been trying to get you facts. There is only one of me. That's all is all I need. That's all is all I need. I feel it so nice. Play me that so record. Play it up. Let's go. I'm a up, get it, light it up. Move, work hard, I'm an everyday warrior. Salute, I'm a don't stop soldier. I'm empowered and I'm rising above. It's a woman's world. I'm a woman on top. Woo! W-O-M-A-N. Keep moving, don't stop. Move, M-O-V-I-N. Move, get up, go. Move, get up, move, get up, roll, roll. I'm gonna show you how. Just watch me. Faster, turn it up, stronger, burn it up, better, move it up. Work it, shake it up, move it, take it up, get it, light it up. I'm gonna show you how. Let's move faster, turn it up, stronger, burn it up, better, move it up. Work it, shake it up, move it, take it up, get it, light it up. Move.
I have walked a million roads. I have soldiered through the storm like a warrior. I put on my armor and I reach up to the sky, 'cause I was born to fly and soar above it all. I show him my power. I'm unbreakable, I'm unstoppable, oh, I'm unshakable, unbelievable. Oh, anything I dream, anything I want's possible. I will rise up, I will fight and stand up. I will never give up, no, I'm never giving up. I can move mountains, I can walk on the sea. No weight's too heavy, I can do anything. I can cross oceans and scale any wall I see. No army can stop me. I can move mountains. Whoa, I can move mountains. I can move mountains. I broke through these barricades and stayed strong and overcame. Now nothing's in my way and nothing can stop me. I triumphed over fear, found a way through pain and tears to conquer and to win. I can see victory. I will rise up, I will fight and stand up, and I will never give up, no, I'm never giving up. I can move mountains, I can walk on the sea. No weight's too heavy, I can do anything. I can cross the can move mountains. We can move mountains.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the delay, but our speakers are now here, so can we please give them a big welcome? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ooh, that light's bright.
It is bright.
Just focus on us now.
Okay. Can you see me? Because I cannot see you. All right, let's go ahead and get started. So, my name is Laura Hatcher. I am a 30-year Navy veteran. I retired in 2018 out of Washington, D.C. I was an intelligence officer. I took my clearances, thank you. One shout out for the intel world. Awesome. Anyone else? Okay. And that's all we can say about that, so let's move on. I took my intel clearances and I ran the exact opposite direction and went and worked in a nonprofit world for a hot minute, long enough to realize that working for someone else after taking orders for 30 years is completely overrated. I'm sorry to the vendors next door, but it is completely overrated. I started my own business. I am a professional photographer, so when I tell you these lights are bright, I know these lights are bright. I have a small studio in Old Town Alexandria. I focus on headshots, military retirement ceremonies and events, community events, and business branding. And the majority of my audience is, frankly, you, the military veteran. And typically, transitioning veterans out of the military come through my headshot photography studio, just trying to figure out how to put on that first suit. And I try to provide them amazing imagery so that they look presentable for the people next door on their LinkedIn profile. With me today is Jamie.
Thank you, Laura. It's a very admirable career, and I am feeling very honored to be invited to speak with you all today because I am not a veteran. However, I'll give you a little bit of my background and why I am here with you today. So 15 years ago, I was an elementary school art teacher. Very different than what you all have been doing in your careers. And 15 years ago, my fiance at the time decided to join the Navy. So I am a Navy spouse, and we relocated here from Pennsylvania to Virginia, and I took that opportunity to pivot my career because I realized that the world needs great teachers, and great teachers have to be passionate. I simply didn't have that passion. I recognized it in myself and decided I need to find a different way. So when I pivoted my career, I decided, let me just explore and see what was out there. And I landed in a construction company. That was unintended, but it really formed the rest of my career. I started as a temporary receptionist. I was only supposed to be there for 2 weeks. 15 years later, I am president of the construction company called Edelin Strait Development Group, which is a multi-million-dollar federal contractor. Thank you.
So one thing I noticed that these two overachievers neglected to mention is that in our free copious time, we also have families. Jamie, don't you have a family?
We do, yes, and that is a very, very important part of our career journeys and our family journeys. In addition to being a military spouse, I have 3 children, a 2-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 12-year-old. So we have a very, very busy household, and a funny story, this just happened last night. We were all sitting around the dinner table and just natural family discussion. My 12-year-old daughter and my husband got into a little bit of an argument. Totally normal stuff. cleaned up the dinner, kind of went about our business. Later on, my husband and I are sitting on the bed, kind of rehashing what happened at the dinner table. And in true Navy chief fashion, he says to me, "I think we need to develop a PPR." And I looked at him and I said, "Don't you Navy me." But it's just funny because we frequently find that his Navy career, my business career, and our family, they all come together in funny ways from time to time.
So if you don't have your joint credit, PPR is pre-planned response, okay? I too was raised by a Navy chief, a master chief, and I learned at age 15 what a white glove inspection looks like. I too have 3 children. I'm sorry, ladies, but I populated the world with 3 more men. But rest assured, my 3 men thought that the Navy was run only by women because all my friends were women in uniform. They are also quite comfortable knowing that their mother wears combat boots in 3 different colors. So, all right, so why are we here today? Besides being invited, we are here to discuss removing the glass ceiling. So we're going to do a little exercise because I know it's after lunch, and so it's like the 7th inning stretch, right? Even though I hate baseball. Shh. Don't tell my dad. So I'd like everybody to stand up. Okay, everybody standing up? All right, so out of all the people that are standing up, if you have never heard the term glass ceiling or you don't know what it means, please sit down. Wow, nobody sat down. I guess we're done.
Means it's an important topic.
It is an important topic, so everybody understands what the term is. Okay, so out of all of you that are standing, which is all of you, if you don't know why it exists, please sit down. Okay, great. Awesome. All right, out of all of you still standing, this is not a competition, okay, just so you know. Out of all of you still standing, if you do not know how to remove it in your organization or in your experience, please sit down.
This truly is an important topic.
It is. All right. So should we start quizzing people to see if they really do know? No, I'm just kidding. All right. Please, let's all sit down. Thank you. So what does that tell us? Besides the fact that you're hanging out with a retired intelligence officer and she does a lot of research, thank you. That one person's still happy. Good. I just wanted to make sure I understood my audience, and I was trying to explain to Jamie that it's important to understand, where we're starting from. But that tells me it's a problem, right? It definitely tells us it's a problem if everybody actually understands what this means, okay? So I am going to define it for that one person that was standing but didn't know, but didn't want to be the only one not standing, okay? I know you're out there. Glass ceiling, it's a metaphor. Okay, it's a metaphor for an invisible barrier that usually applies to minorities and women, right? 3 strikes for me. And it usually prevents advancement, right? So who coined the term? I found an article, because I like to research, remember, that a woman in the late 70s, 1978 to be precise, named Marilyn Loden, she was an HR consultant. She claims that she's the one that coined the term. And how this came about, she was sitting around with a group of women, a panel, and they were discussing, lamenting about their lack of advancement in their jobs. And all that she heard was this self-deprecating comments blaming themselves. And she took a step back and she tried to explain to them that, ladies, it's not you, it's not your fault that you're not advancing. It's this glass ceiling. There's a glass ceiling, there's a culture in place that prevents you from advancing. And that's how the term came about, supposedly. The article does go on to talk about some comments that she used to endure, again, in the late 70s, early 80s. But what's interesting is I heard the exact same comment this morning in 2022. So some of the comments that she heard was, from her male counterparts, you should smile more. I got that a lot. I was pretty scary looking in a uniform. right? But we heard that this morning, right? I think one of the panelists said that she's so happy to have a mask because she was tired of hearing you should smile more. So this HR consultant also said men would make comments about her appearance, right? I don't know about you, but sir, have you ever had anybody make a comment about your appearance or ask you to smile more at work?
No, my wife does it every day.
Yeah, that's your job. Right? We're your cheerleader. That's her job. But right, so you can see, lastly, the one thing that she mentioned also was this HR consultant, Marilyn, is that she did not get promoted for a job that she was most qualified for over her male counterparts because her boss told her she is not the breadwinner. He is the breadwinner. He needs to pay the bills. He needs the promotion, even though he's not qualified. And they clearly told her that. So these things haven't necessarily changed too much in the last couple of years, but these are examples of why women feel isolated, why they're earning less money than men, and why they receive less opportunities. And so I want to take this moment to ask Jamie if you've experienced any of this in your career.
Yeah, absolutely. In the corporate world, I think it is easier to identify the glass ceiling, or at least in hindsight, recognize when you've experienced it. And I'll tell you a story about my very first corporate position after I left my teaching career. I actually went to a placement agency, and they looked at my resume and they said, well, Jamie, you've got your bachelor's degree, you've got your master's degree, you've had a teaching career. I don't know why we can't find you a great job. Well, my great job that they found me was being an accounting assistant for $12 an hour for this big industrial company. And when I went there, talking about glass ceilings, this was literally, the building was a glass cube. Talk about the irony. 5-story building, glass cube, I swipe my fob, I go into my accounting department. It's all one floor, one big cubicle farm. And they show me, okay, here are your invoices, here are your part numbers, compare them, make sure they match, and then you have to get approval. And you have to get the approval from the project manager. This was my first experience with project managers, and what it was literally accounting floor with women, and the next floor up, above the ceiling, was the project management floor with all men. Now, was it intentionally set up that way? I don't know. But it was very clear that the project managers, who were all men, were way more important and did not have the time to give the approval to us lowly accounting folks on the floor below. Now, I will tell you, I lasted a total of 2 weeks before they fired me. And they fired me because I asked too many questions and I didn't want to sit in my cubicle and go through all these numbers. It was very, very boring. But that was one that it was very obvious, both physically and metaphorically. But it was important in my career trajectory because it made me realize that project management was a field that I was interested in. It sparked that interest. And I saw that they were all men there, and that is very common for that type of position to be male-dominated. But that point in time, I set my mind to it that one day I was going to become a project manager. Wasn't sure how I was going to get there, but I was going to get there. And as we go through, I'll tell you a little bit more about how I did eventually get to that point.
So if we're going to talk about why the glass ceiling exists, we need to look at unconscious bias, right? So there are underlying beliefs that we all hold, that we've all been raised to believe based off your gender, your religion, your sexuality, you name it. So it sounds like from that literally glass ceiling box that you were in, that your gender played into that. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I think it falls into that unconscious bias that you're talking about, where I don't know that it was intentional to try to keep the women down, but it was, oh, you're a woman, you'll naturally fit into this kind of accounting assistant administrative role versus an operations role. But as I got into the construction industry, I really, really fell in love with it. And there are some staggering statistics about construction. So in the entire United States, as of 2020, how many people do you think work in the construction industry? A couple million? 10.7 million. There are 10.7 million people employed in the construction industry as of 2 years ago in the United States. That's a lot of people. And of that 10.7 million people, 88% of them are white and 90% of them are men. And then, in addition to that, compared to all other industries, construction employs 1/5 the number of women on average. So I tell this to you because there is this good old boys club mentality there, but for women to start breaking into industries like that, it's incredibly important because there are really great opportunities. I fell in love with it, and I was able to find my path through to remove glass ceilings along and to consider those types of industries as well, because it can be incredibly rewarding.
So 10.7 million. So that compares to 1.3 million on active duty as of April of 2022. 1.3, that's half a percentage of the population of the United States. So I knew she had statistics, and I didn't want to be outdone by her statistics, so I looked up our statistics. 1.3 million on active duty. That's 17.5% of them are women, okay? I was curious to see how many general officers, and for those of you, I'm defining general officer at the very top as that 4-star general or that flag officer, full admiral, okay? Out of 39, not counting any confirmations that might have just happened, so don't tell me that you saw it on Twitter and I'm wrong. As of this report that I took down from a government site, April 2022, out of 39 4-star general officers, any guess how many women out of those 39? Sir, if I had candy, I'd throw it at you. 2. Okay? Boom. That's not a good boom, though. That's a bad boom. So now, typically when we talk about the armed forces, we don't talk about the Coast Guard, but I love my Coast Guard, right? Because they're defending the one that always shows up. Thank you, ma'am. I saw you at the last event. I think I even took your picture. Woo! But I'm going to include you today because we get 3. Thank you, because they finally figured it out. So out of 40 general officers, the Coast Guard just confirmed their first chairman, right? Female chairman. We get 3. Excuse me. Commandant. Thank you. Wrong terminology. Retired, senior moments. Okay. So we've talked about unconscious bias. Some other reasons why it exists. Cultural. All right, so an organization might have a cultural aspect to why they have a glass ceiling. They may actually enjoy bullying. I've actually been in some of these organizations where they perpetuate overt discrimination, right? It's part of their ethos, it's part of their core values, it's part of their culture. Ignorance. The leadership at the top did not experience the glass ceiling, and therefore they are ignorant. It's not meant to be a derogatory term. They just don't understand how to recognize it because they didn't have to go through it, right? Fear. I'm at the top. I know it's wrong. I know I got here without the same pains that he or she got here, but I'm not going to say anything because I'm fearful of losing my position, right? So these are all examples of why it exists.
So, Laura, have you experienced that level of fear in promoting or working with women in the military?
Not necessarily the fear. So I mentioned I was an intelligence officer, but let's face it, at the end of the day, I was this dumb jock that happened to get into the Naval Academy. And when I graduated, I purposely chose an organization. I was a Navy diver to begin with. And the reason why I wanted to be a Navy diver is because I saw that the standards for men and women were identical. And I was always a tomboy, and I was always the kid that would do something because you told me I couldn't do it, right? Just the main reason why I joined the Navy, because this Marine told me I wouldn't make it in the Naval Academy. So I went home upset, told my dad, why did you introduce me to him? I'm going, where's the paperwork? But I joined the Navy diving community because I knew that standing shoulder to shoulder with my male peer, he would know that I got there the same way he got there. Now, let's face it, I worked twice as hard to do as many pull-ups as he did, but in his mind, we are equal. Well, guess what? Culturally, it is not cool, men, right, to be out-PT'd by a woman. Not a cool thing. No man wants to see the woman racing by you during your PT test. And so was it out of fear? I think it's just the way that we've generally been raised, right? I just saw a TED Talk the other day, and I've raised only 3 boys. I thought I wanted girls, see the girls. I was upset for a while, but then I got the boys, and I realized we had this discussion that culturally we raise our girls to overthink and not take risks. We raise our boys to go to the monkey bars and just jump. Because that's what my boys did. They just jumped. They didn't care where they landed, how they landed. No fear, right? So I don't think it was fear so much as it is the way that we've kind of raised culturally, the genders.
Yeah, and that can be a difficult thing to really battle because when my daughter is my oldest one. When I had my daughter, I swore up and down as a brand new parent. You know how you swear when you're a brand new parent that you'll do everything perfectly, and then you realize reality. But when I had my daughter, I said, you know what? I'm having a daughter, and I am not going to treat her any differently than I would treat a boy. I swore by it up and down. By the time she was 4, she was in Disney princess outfits. And that was not even my doing. As much as we can protect our children from some of these biases, they exist in the world. And so the best thing that we can do is not to ignore them, but to teach our children how to recognize them and make their own decisions about how they want to represent themselves in the world, how they're going to advocate for themselves. I'm getting on a little bit of a parenting tangent here, but I think it applies to how we can advocate for ourselves in some of these situations as well, because we have to recognize that whether or not you have experienced it directly, these unconscious biases are out there.
So we've defined what the glass ceiling is. We know now why it exists, so let's talk about ways of removing it. So I'm going to turn this back over to Jamie and ask you if you can describe some ways to remove it in an organization.
Yeah, so I'll tell you a story. As I progressed in my construction career, I went to my current company, and I've been there now about 10 years. And in my current company, when I went to them, right in the beginning of my interview, I told them, I said, I know that you want to hire me as an administrator. However, I am going to be a project manager, and I don't want to work here if there is not that path for me to become a project manager. They heard me loud and clear, and they got on board. And in that company, it all came from the leadership and the culture of the organization that was baked into it. And I live by the motto that who you work with is more important than what you do, especially when it comes to things like removing glass ceilings. And when I worked with this company, I became a project manager within 1 year. They supported me through it. I actually was named the Project Manager of the Year in Hampton Roads in 2017. And Another situation that I had there where I really knew that I had a company that would advocate for me and have my back is in 2016. I was 36 years old. I had my daughter at the time was 6. My son at the time was only a few months old. He was a newborn. My husband was deployed in Afghanistan, and I was diagnosed with breast cancer. And at that point in time, being a very young mom and working full-time, I managed my way through it. But at some point, after the chemo, after the radiation, after the surgeries, in a corporate world, you run out of PTO. You don't have enough time off to take care of all of these things. And I approached my company and said, you know, this is a situation that is very unique and I need your help. And together with my coworkers, we were able to change the policy in the company so that they could donate their leave to me so that I could use it for my recovery without losing any of my benefits with the company. And the company didn't lose any money, you know, having to give out additional PTO. I didn't have to take time off without pay. And so having that, having the people behind you, having a support system, and having a company that will hear your voice is critical to being able to remove glass ceilings and really make things accessible that are not typically accessible to women, or things that, you know, the male leaders aren't even thinking about when it comes to benefits that women will deserve or need to keep their career strong. So I share that with you as one example, but really it comes down to the culture of the company, the core values of the company. One of the core values of my current company is we are always learning and growing. And what that means is we do not accept when people say, that's the way we've always done it. Because that's not the way that we're going to remove glass ceilings, is by doing things the way we've always done it. If we do things the way we've always done it, we'll always have the white men running all the companies. So we're a company that is always open to change. They've embraced me as a female leader within the company, and it has been a tremendous career path, tremendous opportunity. I absolutely advocate for women in construction and male-dominated industries, because even though it can be intimidating as you get there, even though sometimes you are the only woman at the table during the important discussions, you have a voice. And if you find the people that will embrace it or at least be open to hearing it, then you have an opportunity to prove your worth. And it's very, very rewarding in the end. So, you know, just talking about how organizations can remove those glass ceilings is making sure that you have an organization that has the open dialogue, that values the voices of their employees, and is willing to have that psychological safety, that they're open to challenging conversations. So with that being said, on the organizational level, what are some things that you can share employees can do at a personal level?
So you mentioned being in a smaller company was a little bit easier for you because you could kind of see those barriers a little bit better. I will tell you on the military side, raise your hand if you agree that it's not necessarily the same. When you're in a smaller organization on the military side, a small command, if you have great leadership, that's awesome. But if you have bad leadership, it's the worst, right? Because it's so small. And I will tell you, I did 31 years in uniform, but I wanted to quit after my first command. And it's only my stepfather that said I couldn't. He was essentially my rock and my mentor. But that first command I was on was a very small ship, and there weren't that many women. There were 2 female officers. And I just reunited with my roommate, and we talked about it. We only had an hour to meet because I was on the West Coast for something recent last summer. And we only had an hour to meet, and keep in mind, we're like 30 years later, right? We're parents, we're sage, we're wise. And she looks back, and we were talking about that time, a very painful time in both of our careers. She left the military as a result of that command. She didn't have a Master Chief in her corner to encourage her to stay. And I obviously moved on and changed my designator, but we looked back and she said, you know, I know you had it harder because you were black, which at the time, I'm like, I'm black? What? We heard it earlier, right? Colorism. I'm half black, so I don't necessarily identify with the fact that, you know, someone's discriminating with me because of my color. I didn't see it at the time. I just thought that was the way all junior officers were treated, right? We were bullied. All of us were bullied, but apparently I was bullied more. And in hindsight, I look at that and I realize, yeah, and it was a small ship. I mean, if I could swim back to shore, I would have. It was a small ship. You cannot hide on a small ship. But individually, what can you do to advocate for yourself, right? You need to make sure that you recognize correctly what the situation is, because it's very easy to turn into that guy or that girl, right? And you know who I'm talking about, because you might have a legitimate gripe, but how you present your legitimate gripe usually dictates the response you're going to get. So you have to remain calm and collected. You need to surround yourself with sponsors and allies and mentors, because maybe you're seeing things out of context, maybe you're not. But having those mentors that can back you up on what you see, all right? But one of the best lessons I've learned, and I continue to mentor junior officers and enlisted before I take their picture in my studio still today, is the fact that only you in the military care about your career progression. Only you can control if you're going to get promoted. Only you care if your record is complete. It's a very hard lesson to learn when I was junior, but when I became very senior, it was the first thing I was teaching those JOs. You're the only one that cares. I mean, I care, but you're the only one that should care, right? Because if you're not getting promoted, it might be because you didn't advocate for yourself, you didn't find the good mentors, you didn't leave the command when you were supposed to. Whatever the reason is, you have the control. And I get there's some other forces that prevent you from progressing, like the bullies that you're going to find in your small command. But at the end of the day, you control it, so you have to advocate for yourself. And it starts with finding that right mentor, finding that ally, finding that sponsor, right? And then also get yourself educated. Okay, you're not going to advance unless you continue to learn. I'm always learning. Someone taught me how to use a Q code today for LinkedIn. I'm excited. Do you need me to teach you? It's exciting, right? Because I got fat fingers and I can't type even people's names, but a Q code, it works. Always learn. That's how you can make a difference. So at this point, we want to pause and open the floor up for questions. Is that 10 or is that 20? That's 10 minutes? Okay, I got 10 minutes. When you do this, it's 20. I got 10 minutes for questions. If you don't ask us questions, we're going to ask you questions. So we've got 10 questions for you. I'm lying, so please ask a question. Yes, ma'am.
And how should you seek mentors? Oh. How should you seek mentors? Thank you.
I heard you the first time, but I appreciate the microphone. No, that's a great question, and it's something that Laura and I have discussed as we were preparing for this, because mentorship can be a really key factor in removing the glass ceiling, because sometimes you do need that ally with you. Sometimes that you can't, sometimes it's just too heavy to lift on your own, and you need the ally or the mentor or the sponsor to help you with that effort or to guide you through it as you're lifting it on your own. So as far as resources go, number one, I just want to say mentors are all around you. They don't have to be an exact person in your industry, in your company, doing the exact same thing that you're doing. Look for people that have the qualities that you want to cultivate in order to get to the next level, whether or not it's in the same industry or the same skill set. You are the average of the 5 people that you surround yourself with, so take a look at who you're surrounding yourself with and make sure that they are people that inspire you, that uplift you, that support you, and that challenge you to be better. The other thing I would say is there's mentorship and sponsorship and other educational things in communities outside of the one-to-one relationships that you have online. I know that being in person, there's nothing that can really replace that in-person connection, but there are still some great resources online that you can look for, and you can look up some of the great experts in work life and organizational psychology like Adam Grant and Brene Brown and Simon Sinek, that if you follow them, you read their books, you listen to their podcasts, they can really instill a lot of thoughts that might spur something in you or have you take some other actions that you weren't previously thinking of. Laura, did you have any other thoughts on mentorship?
Yeah, so mentorship was a dirty word when I was coming up. And I will tell you, I made a point of making sure that I was accessible when I felt like I had something to give, the more senior I got in uniform. But what's beautiful about the world now is the technology, right? There are so many resources out there. I'm just going to rattle off a few that I'm a participant in or that I've used myself that are out there specifically for veterans. So there's an online platform called Veterate, and it allows you to sign up as a mentor or as a mentee. Okay, right now I think I'm the only veteran photographer, so that's usually what I get is people. And it's old school, so if you don't remember how to talk on the telephone, you need to start practicing. But basically what it is someone reaches out to you and they give you a 1-hour block based off of your schedule to talk. And you fill out a profile that just says what you're willing to talk about, right? So that's one resource that I enjoy, meeting people. And you can go beyond that 1 hour if you want to and continue to dialogue with them. Another one for anyone who's transitioning is ACP, American Corporate Partners. None of these people are paying me, by the way. So just so you know, I'm not getting a kickback or anything. But these are great organizations. ACP was an organization I personally used when I transitioned. And what they do is they partner you with a corporate member who has volunteered to mentor transitioning veterans. So if you want to get into the corporate world, they can partner you with somebody who's already there, and they hang out with you for an entire year. Another really good resource I've actually been affiliated with since the inception, so I'm not going to do math in public, but it's a long time. It's called eMentor. eMentor is an online platform. Think eHarmony meets Facebook, meets mentorship. You fill out a profile, whether you're a mentee or a mentor, and people read your profile. And what I love about that is that everybody that's in there is a willing participant. I don't know about you, but when I was junior, the last thing I wanted to do was walk up to a grumpy, no offense, gentleman, old white man and say, will you be my mentor? Because that's all that I was surrounded by, right? It doesn't work that way. And so what's nice about technology is now you can remove that concern that you're going to get rejected, right? Because everybody that's in there is a willing participant. So eMentor is a great one. It actually has a whole family of programs under it for spouses, for military spouses, for entrepreneurs, for you name it. There's quite a few in there. Another resource that I use, frankly, is LinkedIn. I've met a few of my LinkedIn followers. I'd love a few more now that I got a Q code. But LinkedIn is a powerful tool. It's a powerful tool for business-to-business relationships. It's a powerful tool to spam people to death. I hate that part about it. But it is, if you're looking for somebody in the industry that you want to get into, generally, for the most part, people will respond to you if you're not trying to sell them something, if you want to learn about it. I actually used that tool when I transitioned. And what was neat about it is I could go through their profile, or I could put keywords in. I put in intelligence officer and whatever the company I was looking at, and then it would tell me who was a former intelligence officer in there. And then automatically I have an instant connection with that complete stranger, and I could open up by saying, hey, I got 5 minutes. I could say, hey, I noticed you're an intelligence officer. Could you tell me more about your organization? And that works really well. So those are a few resources that you can use for mentorship. But as Jamie said, at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be somebody in your organization. If anything, it's probably preferable that it's not, so they have an unbiased opinion about whatever it is that you need them for. Any other questions?
I do.
One in the back.
I actually walked to the microphone because I'm like way over here in the corner, so you guys wouldn't have seen me. My name is Shelby Boaz. I'm a Army combat veteran, and I don't really have a question. I wanted to give you guys a story because as you were talking through your glass ceiling discussion, it really made me realize that when I transitioned from my last company, I didn't understand or know that I was under a glass ceiling. So I worked for my last organization for about 7 years, and I was working as a recruiter, and I had another male recruiter come in. He had quite a bit of experience through the military, through other governmental jobs or corporate jobs as a recruiter. And within 2 years of him being there, or 2 years after I had started, they started looking at promotions. And they didn't consider me for promotion as a senior recruiter without considering him. And it really hit a nerve with me because I had been there longer with the company. I had produced more products and strove to bring more candidates in for our company than what he had. So this discussion really brought to light some things that I didn't realize was happening in regards to glass ceiling, and the fact that in order for me to have been considered, another male counterpart had to be considered with that. I can say that since transitioning from that company and that organization, I have gone into a new company that has the types of programs that you guys just discussed in regards to the mentor-mentee, and my current director is female, so I do see that glass ceiling is not there, and that what Jamie had mentioned is that your, how did you phrase it? It's not based off of what you do, it's based off of the people that you work with. And I just wanted to let you guys know that everything you've said has resonated with me, and I really appreciate this discussion, probably the most out of everything that's happened today. So I just really wanted to thank you guys.
I did not pay her, but I got $5 for you.
We didn't pay her to say that. Thank you very much. We only have 2 minutes left, so if there's a quick question, we can take one more and then we'll wrap it up.
My name's Jacqueline Washington. I'm a veteran employment representative in Charlottesville, Virginia. Never really needed this, but okay. Veteran employment representative in Charlottesville, Virginia. My question is this, real quick. I work with a lot of veterans, and female veterans especially are, underpopulated. For ageism, what is your recommendation? Them getting back out in the world, especially after COVID, and then, of course, family and obligations and caretakers. How do you see them getting past those glass ceilings, whether it's a male or female that's in charge of them?
That's an excellent question. So I got to tell you how old I am because I'm having a hard time believing it myself, but I will tell you, I left as a very junior 06 for that reason. I don't know what was in my head that told me that when I turn the big 5-0 before I retire, that I need to hurry up and get out there and get a job because society's not going to employ me after the big 5-0. Well, I found this amazing employer, and she's awesome. She hired me. And that's what my advice would be, is entrepreneurship. Don't get me started. We could stay here. You said I had actually more time, but I don't. Okay. Entrepreneurship, your military service, please let me plug this real quick. Your military service has set you up for success more than you realize for entrepreneurship. I am using every single skill set I have learned since I enlisted in 1987. Do not do the math. Okay, every single skill set, whether it's leadership, strategic thinking, financial advising, all of that stuff I am using as an entrepreneur today. Entrepreneurship, that's how you get rid of ageism. Hire yourself.
That's great answer.
I'm not hiring, though. Just so you know, I'm not hiring. I'm a solopreneur. Sorry. But that's a great segue into
No, I actually also have a small business on the side that I had just started up as an entrepreneur, not from military experience, but from my corporate experience, bringing administrative structure into corporations. So I'll go in and I'll do workshops with companies as a solopreneur. But as a resource for people who are interested in things like that, the Small Business Administration website has so many resources that people don't realize. There are a lot of free guidance there. There are free courses you can take. There are workshops you can take. You can get hooked up with a one-on-one person that can help you through setting up your company, your business. There's a lot of financial assistance there, especially for veterans, disabled veterans, small businesses, a lot of set-aside things, minorities. There are a lot of resources on the SBA website, so please check that out if you're interested in entrepreneurship. And as we wrap this up, they put up one more slide for you here. So Retro Insulation is one of the companies that my company owns, and I wanted to give you this opportunity because they are based in Richmond. And if anyone is interested in getting their foot in the door in a construction company, we are always hiring, both at the office level and at the field level. Please do not be afraid to get your hands dirty in construction. We need, folks, women in the field also, because they bring a different dynamic and they are incredible at details. Retro Insulation does mechanical insulation. That's a finished product. They need it to look nice when they are done. So they love their female field workers. So if anyone knows anyone that is looking to get into the construction field, or you're interested in that QR code right there will take you right to their website. You can learn more about it and apply as well. And then we also have some handouts for them over in the exhibitor hall if you wanted to take that home with you.
We're done.
Thank you all very much, and feel free to talk to us afterwards if you have any questions.
Make some room, just cut loose. Come on, shake what your mama made. Don't be shy, feel this high.
Thank you, Lori Hatcher and Jamie Vanek. Truly exceptional. At this point, I would like to ask Commissioner Gade to come on stage for the presentation of our awards, as well as Paige Glass and Beverly Van Tool.
Actually, hang on a second. So we're waiting on the, I sent a staff member over to sort of get all the people out of the exhibit hall so they can celebrate these awardees all together. And then I think that's it though for the day though. We're gonna give awards and then land the plane, right? Basically. Okay, so we're almost done. Who represents a business here? Okay, so I bet that not all those companies are V3 certified. Virginia values veterans. Who is V3? Who is not V3 certified? All right, so listen. Everybody's real excited about getting $1,000 from our friends at PenFed earlier today. And if you are a V3 certified company, your company can get $1,000 per veteran employee, up to a total of $10,000 per year. So get V3 certified. Phil, where are you? Somebody, Phil, or Jasmine, I see you. Jasmine, no? All right, we got some V3 people here. My people, raise your hands. Let's get these companies signed up to be V3 employers today. Today would be good. I feel like they're well trained already, by the way. That's dvsv3.com. dvsv3.com. Delta Victor Sierra Victor3.com. All right, let's do it.
Everybody here?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Recognition of the 2022 Trailblazer. To be honored as a trailblazer, it means that a person recognizes creativity, vision, courage, commitment, and tenacity in advocating for and creating change to improve the quality of life for Virginia's women veterans. Jacqueline Slater embodies this award. Jacqueline R. Slater joined the Virginia Army National Guard on May 16, 1986, and graduated from Middlesex High School the following month. She served in the U.S. Armed Forces for more than 32 years of service. She retired as a sergeant major in the human resources field, leading, guiding, and coaching soldiers, civilians, and contractors to meet the Virginia Army National Guard mission in a fast-paced environment. With a master's degree in human resources management from Trident University, Jacqueline is an extremely knowledgeable, diverse leader and communicator. She showcased her outstanding decision-making and problem-solving capabilities with an enthusiastic approach to customer service and recruiting in human resources military personnel administration. Please join me in recognizing the 2022 Trailblazer of the Year, Jacqueline Slater. That was quick. Congratulations. Okay, next is recognition of Changemaker of the Year. The Changemaker of the Year Award recognizes exceptional commitment to the advancement of Virginia's women veterans through the establishment of innovative programs or nurturing networks. This year, we present the award in memoriam to Dr. Katie Hendricks Thomas. She was a behavioral health researcher focused on mental health promotion for service members and military veterans. A master certified health education specialist and yoga teacher, her interest in veterans reintegration was informed by her own experience as a U.S. Marine Corps officer. She was a lecturer in George Mason University's Department of Global and Community Health. She was a writer and researcher and has authorized over 40 scientific papers, 50 academic conference presentations, and several books on military wellness. Dr. Kate was an accomplished scholar, advocate, and champion for women veterans. Dr. Hendricks Thomas passed away on Tuesday, April 5th, 2022, at the age of 42, leaving behind a beloved family and a legacy of resilience that has inspired countless others and is poised to change the way future generations of veterans receive care. To accept this award on behalf of Dr. Hendricks Thomas is retired Colonel Mr. Doug Hendricks, USMC. Please join me on stage recognizing Dr. Katie Hendricks Thomas. Recognition of employers. The Department of Veteran Services is proud of its Virginia Value Veterans Program. The Virginia Value Veterans Program holds the mission to educate and train employers throughout the Commonwealth on the value of Virginia's veterans and to help employers connect with these personal assets to maximize the productivity of their workforce. Will all V3 companies please stand to be recognized? DVS would like to recognize the hiring efforts of V3 organizations that have gone above and beyond, as demonstrated by innovative or best practices that promote the hiring or increase the hiring of women veterans. At the small V3 tier, defined as organizations with 1 to 51 employees, DVS would like to recognize Azimuth for hiring 5 women veterans. Would representatives from Azimuth please stand and be recognized? At the medium V3 tier, defined as organizations with 51 to 300 employees, DVS would like to recognize Company Cape Henry Associates for hiring 7 women veterans. Would representatives from National Technologies Associates Incorporated stand and be recognized? Cape Henry. I'm sorry, that's Cape Henry. At the large V3 tier, defined as organizations with 300 to 1,000 employees, DVS would like to recognize Zyders Enterprises for hiring 13 women veterans.
All right.
Zyders Enterprises, please stand and be recognized.
Oh, there, look, right there.
Thank you.
I was worried that you disappeared.
At the Enterprise V3 tier, defined as organizations with 1,000 or more employees, DVS would like to recognize CACI for hiring 99 women veterans. Would representatives from CACI please stand and be recognized? To all of our award winners, congratulations again. At the conclusion of our program, please join us on stage for photos with Commissioner Gade, Beverly Van Tool, and Paige Glass for photos. Last but not least, I invite to the stage, well, Beverly, you're already here, so I don't have to invite you. So with that, thank you all for joining us today. Please enjoy the PM snack out in the lobby. The exhibitor hall is open until 4:30, so we encourage you to network, check out the exhibit tables, and connect with your fellow summit attendees. We look forward to seeing each of you at next year's event. And fair winds and following seas.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming.
You can go ahead and do your remarks before they go.
All right. All right. Just wanted to thank you all for coming. I'm Beverly Vanto with the Virginia Women Veterans Program, and just wanted to thank you all. We're just closing it out and confirming that we truly appreciate everything that you've done. As sisters in arms, we are just excited to be together with you here as partners, and just excited to continue growing together.
So, to all of our women veterans, you represent the absolute best of this nation. To the military spouses, the backbone and support of our active duty service members and veterans, thank you for your unwavering dedication, service, commitment, courage, honor, country. It is who we are. Because of today's summit, we hope you are inspired, motivated, and encouraged by all that was presented here today. As women veterans and military spouses, we share a bond that transcends time, space, and distance. We listened and fully understand without judgment or solution, knowing the right thing to say, and share a sense of belonging in a field that has not always valued our existence. We carry all of the power we need inside ourselves, all ready to make the unimaginable thing imaginable. We have the strength, the creativity, and the courage to design the life we desire, while inspiring our sisters across generations. Together, we are a sisterhood. As you continue to serve in whatever capacity, live life to the fullest. Ladies, veterans, spouses, gentlemen, have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to join our exhibitors. Do not leave out of here without the resources that we have for you next door if you haven't. And we thank you so much for being with us today.